Okay, guys, lunchtime is just about over. I know some of you are still eating your sandwich. You've got a drink left to finish. You can continue. Don't stop on my account. I just wanted to tell you, I did a couple things over lunch, right? First of all, I figured out exactly how many pickles my family eats a week, and it's roughly about a gallon. Because we tore through those 2 quarts of pickles pretty quick. There's only about half of them left. I'm pretty sure we could do that probably 4 out of 5 days out of the week. So of a work week, a gallon of pickles should keep me going. But I also had going to put this up here. We got word that Jimmy John's, in honor of National Pickle Day, which it is today, is selling some pretty cool gear. We have here a pickle ornament. We have pickle socks. We have. I apologize for my British watchers here. We have what we call a pickle fanny pack, or a waistband pack. It's an American term, and a pickle bucket hat. So 4 items which are now on my wish list. So not so much the pickle ornament, because I'm pretty sure my kids are going to break that. But those socks, I'm all about a good pair of pickle socks. So that's awesome. Anyway, we are back. Let me go here. We've got about 12 minutes before the judge is going to be back in the courtroom. But before, let me get rid of that countdown timer, because we're going to keep talking in the meantime. Let me pull that off there and bring this up here, because Eric Ander, first time I've seen your name in chat, and I'm not sure if you know this, Eric, but you being first in chat on the live stream comes with benefits, or loosely termed benefits. The first person in chat is the winner of the internet for the day. It's something that we control here in the Court of Public Opinion, is who owns the internet, and we determine who the winner is by who is first in chat on the live stream. And you being first in chat means you are now the winner and the proud owner of everything web related. With it comes a small responsibility. You just have to keep it running for everybody who wants to use it. So if you can just handle that until our next live stream starts, we would appreciate it. We'll go ahead and box it up for you and get it right over. So thank you for winning and for taking on that responsibility. So welcome, Eric. Let's see, Golden Mom, Katrina, who's ready for the afternoon? I am ready for the afternoon. My mouse is not, for some reason. It's clicking everywhere but where I want it to click. Welcome back, that guy. 7, glad to have you here. Ashley, you made it right here for the start. Good job. Toxic here. We've got at least 1 mod in the house, so we can play now. Hey, Debbie. I got a text over the break. I'm not sure if it's from Abby or not. It didn't say who it was from, but let's see. I just left you a message about pickles, says Debbie. Let's see. Just barely got it. Holy cow, my system's a little bit slow. Just wondering, on some channels they have thanks buttons. I thought it was for channels that weren't monetized yet, but I didn't see one on your page. How do we donate to your pickle fund? I forgot pickles on my list. That is awesome, Debbie. If you really want to donate, there's a roundabout way to do it. I'm not monetized yet, so really we're just doing this for fun right now. I hope to be able to do this for a living. That would be awesome. This is so much fun. If I could get this to be my job, I would never complain about going to work. If you do really, out of the goodness of your heart, want to donate, if you go on the homepage of my channel page on YouTube and click on my link tree address, there's a way you can reach me via PayPal that way. That's the only way I've got set up. If you want to donate to my sandwich fund or the pickle jar, that would be great. Not necessary. You being here is all that's requested, that and liking and subscribing. But thank you for that. Katrina, I just looked up that lawyer stroke thing. Holy cow, the judge is mad. I can't wait. I'm going to have to pull that video. We'll have to take a look at that. Please tell me it's on video and not just written, because I would love to see smoke coming out of the judge's ears. That guy says had a bowl of deer chili spiced with some Carolina Reapers. That's not spiced. You don't garnish a bowl with Carolina Reapers. So you had a bowl of Carolina Reapers garnished with deer chili, because a little bit of Carolina Reaper, it goes a long way. Yay, welcome back. Cakesboo, good to have you here. My house hates pickles. Katrina, I hate to tell you, you might have picked the wrong one. So, of course, I'll buy him some. That's awesome. Hopefully we won't be following your court case anytime soon, Katrina. I jest. True Celtic Mutt says, I am asking if I may restream your vocarage. What's my vocarage? My voice? I think so. I think so. I don't have a problem with you doing that. Let's see. Welcome, Eric Ander. Yes, welcome. Of course. You may have been here before, but this is the first time I saw your name, Arik. Is it Arik or Eric? I'm trying to pronounce it Eric, but it's definitely got an A on there. Quick question: when one becomes monetized, how does it work? Karen, it enables a couple things. It lets YouTube, when it shows ads before you start playing a video, it shares a portion of the money that the advertiser paid to have the ad show with me. It's a very small portion. I think for 4,000 views, I get like $1 or something like that. It's not big. It does open up some other avenues. It lets people do like super chats if they really want to send money and things that way. But that's the idea. It's just a little incentive. YouTube says, we like people coming to YouTube, coming to our app. And if your content brings them to our app, we're going to return and pay you just some of the proceeds we get from people being on, seeing the advertising. So that's what it is. At least that's my understanding. That's what it was last time I was monetized, but that was years ago, and I hadn't done anything for a long time. I'm glad to be here. We're just keeping an eye on the courtroom. We've still got about 7-8 minutes left before the judge comes back. Karen, no. Don't think that at all. Obviously, what makes this chat amazing is that everyone's welcome. I want a ton of opinions. I want a ton of input. And the fact that it's free, it's a free medium that everyone can just watch on whatever device or wherever you are. That's what I love about it. I love it. It's almost democratic that way, with everyone gets a voice. Obviously, we want to keep the comments conducive to the environment and civil and things like that. They can be funny, things like that. But yeah, I'm not going to. I can't see ever making any of these live streams restricted. If we get to the point where we have like a special thing where people who are supporting it want a special treat and just like a one-on-one type thing, no, that sounded really wrong. No, there will never be an OnlyFans. If anyone's asking, we're not going to go there. But if we do like a behind the scenes thing, we might do a members only thing for that. But our daily streams, all these court cases, nope, that's going to be wide open. Sure. Go ahead, True Celtic. Yo, peeps, says Third Eye Open, says, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Yep, video. I'm back. I'll have to look for that, Katrina. If you have that, if you can send that to my my burner phone. Let me put the number here in chat one more time. Just shoot me a link. Oh, I typed it on nothing. I've got like 4 keyboards in front of me and nothing worked. Okay. There we go. Okay, I just put the burner phone number in chat. As always, if you want to call, if you want to leave a voice message, if you want to set a text or an image or something like that, as long as it's appropriate and follow the little rules on the voice message prompt, we'd hopefully be able to play it on the air if you have something to share. So that goes straight to my burner phone. It goes to voicemail right now. Looks like I got one already. Thank you. But yeah, Karen, you're always welcome here. Can Payne sue her attorney for his lack of representation? Patty, I was talking to my wife about this over lunch. I'm like, what happens now? Does she say, hey, I want somebody else? Is he trying to get out of it? Or is he, I don't know. Is he just unprepared? Did he fail in his job to prepare for trial? And so he's trying to pull I had a stroke thing. Yeah. Held in contempt due to not following protocol for such emergencies. Huh. Wow. It's on video, and she told the defendant to get another attorney. This wasn't a public attorney? This wasn't a public defender? Like she was paying good money for this guy to pretend to have a stroke? Oh, this is getting crazy. That would be crazy. Shane, you didn't miss anything. We just took a lunch break. When we come back here, we're expecting cross-examination of the DNA expert by the defense. They're probably going to focus on the possibility of there being someone else's blood in there, and they might have to stretch quite a ways to do it because the numbers that the DNA expert gave are just crazy. Anyway, we're going to have that. And then following that, Shane, we're going to have the prior acts testimony. That's what everyone's been waiting for. It's the girlfriend who's been stabbed and the police officer who handled the case, or the detective. It's going to be some riveting stuff. So that's going to come this afternoon. And you're monetized now or soon? Not now. No sooner than November 25th. I know that. Can you please link to your Discord again to Toxic? I just uploaded the app. Wonderful. Toxic did that already. Hopefully you guys are getting as much enjoyment out of that Discord page as I am. It has so much information. Katrina says, I have a feeling our OnlyFans would just be food. I can see that happening. It's like the only OnlyFans channel that that isn't inappropriate. That's really funny. Oh, I'm falling way behind here. Let's see. Lots more stuff going on. Okay. I was checking out the OnlyFans stabbing. The female stabbed her boyfriend to death. Right. Is she going to plead guilty on that one? I haven't followed that one. Let's see. What's this? This channel and its followers are great. WeatherWatch, you are 100% correct. I've seen you, WeatherWatch, on a couple other channels that I like to follow, popping in. We travel in the same circles. Good to see you in the community, out and about. State of Florida court case. In this case, Florida prosecutors were first allowed to introduce evidence of other wrongs, crimes, or acts performed by the defendant that may prove they are something else responsible for the crime at hand. And I couldn't think of the law that allowed prior act this morning. They said something about Williams, right? That's the precedent I think they were citing. Does the ex-girlfriend testify in her stabbing today? Yes, she does, Mac. We're going to get this. Send a shout out to JB. JB up in Canada. It is good to have you here with us. I know you're here. I can feel you here in spirit. Sort of like Stephen Lee is sitting virtually with me with his headset on, his VR headset. It's sort of creepy a little bit, but I'm glad he's here as well. But JB, welcome. Everyone in chat is saying hello, and I'm glad to have you here. Discord is good, well worth subscribing. 100%, I agree. More stuff in Discord. More stuff. More things than you have time to read. Honestly, you can spend days lost in there. They're updating so quickly. Evil twin. Yes, Coffee Mom. This is the defense we've been reaching for. There's a secret evil twin, identical twin, which would explain all the DNA. And he stabbed his twin in the neck and then fled the scene without leaving a trace of evidence. He took the knife with him. This knife, right? This one right here. This is the one that the prosecution has insinuated was responsible. Let's see if I can get a focus on there. There we go. Nice serrated edge, bird's beak, about a 3-inch blade, typically found in your wooden kitchen knife block. But yeah, let them know that I found it. Okay, if they really won't need it for this case, I've got it. Let's see. I don't even remember the DNA expert saying anything. There was a third party, just not enough evidence to say it was one or the other. Right. It's basically saying we tested it, we could tell it was blood, but there wasn't enough type thing. Or it's going to be just the slimmest of chance. Like a needle in a galaxy type chance that someone else was involved. So I'm not sure how hard the defense is going to push that to try to get her to say that, because she's been so good on her direct. The video of the judge telling Payne to get another attorney is on Law & Order YouTube. We're going to have to check that out. That would be amazing. Food and recent finds. Yep. Metal detecting and food. I think that would be my channel. If you monetize the channel, I won't pay for it. Shane, I would not expect you to pay for it. Don't do that. Any monetization would be entirely optional. Basically, the full, you would get the whole enchilada without paying for it. That's the idea. Free lunch here. That's what we do. I just polished off an order of cheesy breadsticks from Domino's, and now I'm ready to fall into food coma while watching. I'm glad we can help you out. If you need help, just mash your keyboard and hit send. My OnlyFans has pictures of me as a clown. I've never been on the site. I know what it is. Obviously, I'm connected enough in social media to know what that is, but I don't have any desire to go there. If you charge for being in the channel, I won't pay for it. Thank you, Shane. Who had pickles for lunch to celebrate National Pickle Day? I did. We ate half that jar. My family and I ate half that jar. We could literally go through 1 gallon of dill pickles a week. Laura had some adulting to do. Somebody has to do it, Laura. Thank you for taking it on. Man, you guys are going fast. We've got seconds here. We're over time. We're literally we've passed the minute mark. The judge should be back any moment now. I'm going to turn on the audio just in case he pops up on audio before they take the video feed. So we're getting the audio. Nothing there yet. I'd cough up some to keep Scott in pickles. Thanks, Katrina. I might need that eventually. Is this defendant shackled at all, even not with shocks? John Lucas, that is a great question. Obviously not shocks. According to DB, that wasn't a thing for him. I doubt Florida has done it either. His hands are not handcuffed. So if he is shackled, it's going to be ankles only under the table. The angles we're getting in the courtroom don't really show us, but if they do pan out sometime, just check and see. The way we'll probably know if he's shackled or not is if we can see a curtain around the table to hide the legs. That's probably where it would be our biggest indicator. Tag says, monetize just means the channel gets paid to advertise. It's free to you. You just have to watch commercials. Hopefully you don't have to watch commercials. I do pay a couple bucks on my YouTube to not have commercials. So I pay a few bucks a month just so that when I'm sharing a video from some other courtroom or from other, from an arraignment or a police chase or things, we don't get ads that are then passed on to you. My kiddo eats the pickles. I don't even see the jar. They go that fast. We are not doing Courtney Clenny yet. Is that one we need to start focusing on? It's going to be such a busy week. We've got so much going on already. Let's see. He is shackled. Ankles. Saw him walking last week. Okay, so definitely shackled. So we can not expect him to walk up around the courtroom very much. Do you think he's going to testify in his own defense? Do you think he's going to pull? I mean, he is no Dean Cummings. We know that, right? But you almost, how do you get his defense out there without him testifying? Not sure. I mean, they don't need to have a defense out there, but I think the state's proven their side pretty effectively. Frozen pickle juice, they sell it at the community pool. Is that a thing? It's basically just watered down vinegar and a little bit of dill, right? I mean, I use pickle juice in making my special dip for my French fries when I don't have malt vinegar. Ketchup, mayo, and pickle juice. If you haven't tried it, don't knock it till you tried it. If you have not tried it, it is amazing. Some people call it mayo chup, but let's see. Will you still cover DB impact statements? Yes, Kimdra, we will. We'll be covering that tomorrow. We don't know exactly what the court's going to do because we do know we have some minors that will be testifying. The state has asked that the minors not be photographed or videographed, but I don't know if we're going to get their audio. So we'll sort of depend on Judge Darrow and her direction on what happens because I think she's going to protect those minors, at least their images. So that would not be going out. But we might have breaks when the minors testify and then come back afterwards. So it could be chopped up quite a bit, which is sort of interesting. Oh, we've got some motion in the courtroom. Someone just waved in front of the camera. AJ says, do you think most of the knives in the house were Matt's? Also, they were dating for 5 months and lived together. AJ, he was out of prison for 5 months. So if they were dating for 5 months, it was basically she must have picked him up from the jail release or from the prison release. Yeah. Loads of knives in that house. Lots of steak was being consumed. There were a lot of steak knives. Pickle juice is good for leg cramps at night. Okay, we're coming back on. Oh, we've got the courtroom seal. Still nothing yet. Judge is happy with every case. Love him. His rapport with the jury is just the best. He's like best friends with the jury, in a professional sense. Music Man says, with all this pickle talk, I'm going to slap DB with one and tell him you've been slapped by a pickle. Yeah, if you sign up to be on the list, if you could be like the 46th witness or the testimony for the state, that would be great. There's a big crazy for pickle juice these days. There's even a pickle beer. The Express on the Post was selling just pickle juice packs like juice boxes. That is crazy. I've been missing it. I've just been using it for French fry dip. Oh, Patty, I saw this one. 3 Virginia football players shot and killed. And last I saw, when we went live, last I checked, I mean, I haven't followed it really close, but they haven't caught the guy yet, right? They know he's a student. Like, I think he's a football player, another football player, but they haven't caught him. He was still on the loose. Is that correct? The Hannah Payne judge telling her to get a new lawyer. Oh, man, we're going to look at that maybe tomorrow morning before court starts. Can you repeat the dipping sauce recipe, Cake Spoo? You know, it's not rocket science, but it's basically about 50-50 ketchup and mayo, and then some pickle juice, a little bit of pickle juice, just to give it just a bit of that taste. It's pretty simple. It should make a halfway color between ketchup and mayo. I don't know how else to describe it. People start living together after one date. Everything on hyper speed now. Yeah, that's fast. They do have a suspect in custody. Good. That's good news, because that's just north of me. That's a couple hours, and I'm in Virginia. The guy was that guy. I think you're naming the suspect, Christopher Darnell Jr. Is that right? Okay, courtroom's coming back on. Here we go. Let's see. Still no audio yet, but judge is there. He's standing up, so hopefully the jury's being brought back in. Dill pickle chips are awesome. I've got to try those. Those sound really good. Still no audio coming through. There we go.
Had a nice lunch and a sufficient break. I do have to ask, as always, was anyone exposed to anything about this case between the time we started the lunch break and the time you've returned? Talk about, listen to, hear, watch, or anything at all related about this case by show of hands. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much.
This jury's behaving very well.
Now switch. You may recall before the break that the state had finished their direct examination of this witness. She is still on the stand. We did let her step down and have lunch just like everyone else, but she is still under oath, and we're now going to turn to the defense for cross-examination. Mr. Kane, you may proceed.
Okay, we've got Cross of the DNA expert.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trout.
Body language experts, what are you thinking? Covering his mouth again.
I wanted to just go over some of the basics I think that you had discussed in your direct examination. The first being, I think you said that your education is a bachelor's degree, correct?
A Bachelor of Science, yes.
Right, okay. And have you at all pursued a master's or any other further education?
Really?
I took some credits on my master's, but I didn't complete it.
Okay.
They're going to go after her.
So right now as it stands, you have a bachelor's degree, and that is in forensic science?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, would you say that
her credentials are not
in terms
weak?
of
I mean, she's not like a
natural sciences, that
top of the
biology
class,
is
but-
probably one that is more geared towards the life sciences, right?
It can be a scope of many different things.
Okay, and it's the study of living organisms and then the vital processes of those living organisms, right?
Biology can be the study of living organisms.
And obviously DNA, that's an organic type of thing that living organisms possess. Would you say that?
DNA can be a thing that living organisms, and is a thing that living organisms possess.
So you also talked about how DNA is broken down, and the DNA is a molecule, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the molecule is, I think we've all seen it, somewhat of a helix shape, maybe two things like a ribbon, two things wrapped around each other.
It can resemble a ribbon, yes.
Now, of all the
Is he the cougher?
possible loci on a DNA molecule, you're focused on 21 of those, right?
Yes, I'm testing 21 different areas.
And they're not necessarily areas on the DNA molecule that are right next to each other. They can be placed throughout the DNA molecule. Those just happen to be the genetic markers that you guys are looking at for determining uniqueness. Does that sound fair?
They are spread across the different areas of DNA, and they can be anywhere, and they are in combination what makes people unique.
And those 21 markers that you're looking at, you're not looking at, say, if you and I were to compare our DNA, you're not going to take 21 markers on your DNA and then 21 separate markers on mine you're going to be looking at the same markers on each. Does that sound fair?
We would be looking at the same markers based on whatever we test.
All right, so let's take a look at what you were talking about in your direct when it comes to the 21 markers and the alleles and those things that sort of make each person unique. Want to take a look at that? All right.
Okay.
No, she's like, yeah, go ahead. She knows what she's talking about.
I'm going to draw this back a little bit.
Okay, this might be a little bit of a snooze fest, but I think you're right, Anne, that he's going to try to confuse the jury.
Okay.
He's going to try
All
to
right,
point
so
out any type of exception that may
would you
allow for
agree that this
some
is the
other
DNA profile
solution.
of Mr. Matthew Terry?
That looks like a piece of paper pulled out of my file, and that would be the DNA profile from Matthew Terry.
All right, so you would agree that this is the DNA profile of Mr. Terry?
Is this evidence?
I can look and cross-check it within my notes to make sure it's the same one.
All right, I can tell you, if you accept my word for it, that this came
wouldn't.
out of your file. You see the case number and your initials at the top, Analyst ET, that's you?
Yes.
Right? You see the case number? You
Yes.
see the date? It
Yes.
says STR summary sheet, global filer, right?
Did they find an error somewhere?
Okay, so we can agree that's yours.
Yes.
That's your work product, and those are the alleles that you came up for each one of the markers for Mr. Terry, right?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. All right, so when we say now
She's not
to
using the mic at all.
use some of the words that we used in direct, if we take a look at D3, right up here, right? Okay. D3, would you say that D3 is the loci, the location on the DNA molecule?
D3 is the loci or
Okay.
location.
Now, right next to D3, it says 1516, right?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that 1516 is the DNA type at that loci?
1516 is the DNA type for the DNA profile from Matthew Terry at D3.
Okay. And then we go down, obviously, at some point here we have the Y, XY. Would you say that's the gender marker?
All three of those are the gender markers.
And then all the rest of the numbers, going all the way down to D2 at the very bottom of the page, the rest of those are the loci that are not related in any way to male or female.
Correct. The rest of the loci are not related to male or female.
Okay, so in looking at the rest of the 21, not the three gender markers, but the rest of the 21, from those 21, you can't really tell whether or not somebody's male or female.
No, it cannot.
Okay.
This reminds me of homework in high school.
Now, you also use the word possible a lot in your direct testimony. And when you say possible, you're talking about the possible presence of DNA, or an individual is a possible contributor or a possible donor to a DNA mixture. You use the word possible because you're never really arriving at an absolute certainty in any of your calculations. Isn't that right?
Here's the
The word possible is the language that is used because I'm just doing the comparison based on what I know to be the profile from an individual compared to a profile that I don't know where it came from. I know the general location, but I don't know what the end result
this
should
is where
be.
he's trying to introduce that
And when
doubt.
we're talking about DNA also, we're referring to human DNA, obviously. And human DNA comes from all kinds of sources on a human body, right?
DNA can be found in many different sources that come from the body.
And it can be found in sweat. Yes?
Skin cells would be found in sweat, which is where the DNA would come from.
Yes. And also, if you take a swab of somebody's hand, you just rub it across the surface of the back of their hand, that's possibly going to be a source of DNA, whether or not it's skin cells or whether or not it could be blood, or if, depending on whether or not somebody's bitten in that location, it can be saliva, semen, hair follicles. Would you say that all those are potential sources for DNA?
Hair follicles must have a root, but I would expect if you swab somebody's hand that you would likely get DNA from that person.
Now, the hair root would potentially contain blood, correct?
It's possible a hair root can contain blood, but not always.
And there's also, even if you have the hair strand, there's a potential for something called mitochondrial DNA, right?
Yes, but FDLE does not do mitochondrial testing.
And you'd have to send that out, but it is a possible source. If you have a strand of hair, that DNA can be
So I
found.
wonder if they found hair that didn't have
possibly
the
anywhere on the
root.
strand, including in the follicle, correct?
Mitochondrial DNA if it doesn't have a root.
Right. So here you're talking about potentially 6 or 7 sources of DNA just from what can be gathered from the surface of the body or potentially with semen or something like that, right?
Well, the DNA is contained in cells, and so there are a lot of different cells within body fluids, and they could be various.
And you can't look at a DNA molecule, or you can't do some kind of testing, and from that testing alone or from the appearance of the molecule itself, you cannot tell what the source of that is, correct?
If I didn't do confirmatory testing, I 100% say the source of DNA, no.
Now, there are occasions where you can do that, such as a buccal swab. Now, there's a buccal swab in evidence here, isn't there?
There is a buccal swab.
Now, if you have a buccal swab, obviously that's a witness taking a large Q-tip and rubbing it around inside somebody's mouth, a very rich source for DNA, and collecting that and putting it in an airtight container and sending it off to you guys. You're pretty sure at that point you're dealing with a known source of DNA, correct?
A buccal swab is a known source of DNA.
Yes. So in that circumstance, you're not really concerned with source. You're not really concerned with whether or not it's blood, whether or not it's hair, semen. It's just DNA that you know comes from a known source, and a buccal swab means that it comes from inside somebody's mouth. Is that fair to say?
Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
But you know that if it's a buccal swab, you know that it's not any one of the other possible sources. You know that that buccal swab came from inside somebody's mouth, and that's the source of the DNA, correct?
A known standard would be a known DNA profile.
All right.
So Lil Miss and Toxic Orchid do a great job on that Discord. If you have not joined that Discord,
In that
you're
circumstance,
missing out.
when you're dealing
Seriously.
with a buccal swab, there really shouldn't
Watch for that link.
be
I'll post it here in chat and
any
give it a shot.
problem getting a complete
You will not
profile.
regret it.
Would you agree with that?
Sometimes there are issues obtaining a complete profile, but usually we get a complete profile the first time.
I remember when Brooks did that. Why? Look at me. I'm the one asking the questions. Didn't understand the whole process. I think he still is a bit confused about how he got convicted.
Now, the buccal swabs themselves are not the only source for DNA that you may have. Sometimes, would you agree that police may send to you a swab from a scene? And we've seen that in this case. That's also the source sometimes for DNA for you, correct?
A swab from a scene would be a question sample.
Yes. And often, also, sometimes you're sent the actual items themselves. Like you could be sent clothing, or you could be sent a weapon of some kind, and your job is to do the actual swab yourself and do the extraction yourself from that collected item, right?
Sometimes we're sent the actual items and not just swabs, yes.
Were you given any actual items in this case, or were you only provided swabs?
The leaves that I was provided did come as just leaves and not swabs, but everything else, the fingernail clippings came as actual fingernail clippings. The blood stain card was not a swab, it's a actual card with drops of blood on it. Let me just check the first report just to be sure. And then the rest of the items were swabs.
So the items that were not swabs that were sent to you would be the fingernails, the leaves, and the stain card.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, do you always test for the presence of blood in circumstances where are you given any facts of the case? Like if you're given the facts of the case, or do you only test for the presence of blood when you're asked to do so, or do you sometimes do that on your own initiative?
Not all the times do I test for the possible presence of blood. Some of those instances would be to ensure that I have enough sample to take forward to DNA analysis, or if the stain is small, I want to make sure that I have enough sample for my DNA analysis, so I take it right to DNA without testing it for blood.
In this case, you were in some ways concerned with the presence of mixtures, right? In other words, with your stain cards or with your buccal swab, under those circumstances, you know that you're only dealing with one known contributor, right? If you get a buccal swab or you get a stain card from the medical examiner's office, you're not really looking for mixtures or trying to separate different DNA contributors. Would you agree with that?
Any question sample I'm sent, I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but a known swab or a blood stain card, I know that should be from just one person, so I know what I can expect from a known standard.
Same with a buccal?
Yes, a buccal or a stain card.
But with other items in evidence, such as perhaps leaves, fence, fingernail clippings, you know going in that you're dealing with the possibility of there being more than one contributor.
I don't know any information as to what happened, and I don't know what to expect. So I have no idea what it should be or what I'm going to get when I test anything that's a question sample.
My question is, you're accepting the possibility.
There's always a possibility, but I don't know what it should be, so I'm not saying I expect it is not a fair statement. And
with these fingernails, let's just take that item for a second. With the fingernails themselves, when you got that sample, or when you got that evidence, did you at all test for the possible presence of blood on the fingernails?
You wouldn't be answering this question if you didn't know the answer.
I did not test for the possible presence of blood on the fingernails to conserve sample.
Did you have any information in the case that, like, obviously you tested other materials for the presence of blood, right? So why don't you walk us through really quickly all those items that you tested for the presence of blood.
I tested my item 7, swabs from the front porch, from 6211 front porch. Item 8, swabs from east side of 6209. Item 9, swabs from front west fence of 6209. Swabs from K. Baker's neck, which were item 10. I also tested the swabs from the right hands of Matthew Terry, which was item 1, sorry. Item 2, swabs from red stain in backyard of 6209. Item 3, swabs from red stain on side of fence. Item 4, swabs from red stain on front porch of 6209. And item 5, which were the leaves.
And when you tested a swab from the back of K. Baker's neck, was that presumptively positive or negative?
The item 10, swabs from K. Baker's neck, item 10 gave the chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Now, at that point, when you realized that there was presumptively blood on the back of K. Baker's neck, did you at all consider going back to the fingernails and testing them for the possible presence of blood?
I don't know what order I worked the items in, so I don't know which one I had done first. But it really wouldn't have mattered because fingernails are, when I deal with fingernails, they're always so small anyway. So in order to conserve the sample, I take swabbings from the fingernails and take them to DNA analysis.
Well, how many fingernails did you get?
I can take a look if you just give me 1 second.
So he's going to point out where she didn't do all the possible tests that she could have done on the samples that she was given, but the size of the sample was such that she couldn't.
So item 11, which was the right hand fingernails from K. Baker, came to me that had 4 fingernail clippings and a nail clipper. And item 12, which were the left hand fingernail clippings, had 5 pieces of fingernails in them.
So with the 5 fingernails that you received, and you have before presumptively tested fingernails for blood, I mean, you don't always say, well, these are too small, I'm not going to test them. You could, regardless of their size, swab 2 or 3 of them for the presence of blood, could you not?
I mean, we're dealing with pieces of fingernails. I don't have the entire fingernail. Depending on the case, I couldn't say whether or not I've always tested them for blood or always have not tested them for blood. But in this case, I made the decision to not test them for the possible presence of blood and just collect a sample and take it direct to DNA analysis.
Did you presumptively test the right hand for blood?
I did not. The right hand fingernail clippings, I did not test for blood, no.
Well, you were provided a swab of the backhand of Mr. Terry, correct? Or of the hand of Mr. Terry, you were given a swab of his hand? Yes?
I was, yes.
Were you at all provided a swab of Miss Baker's hand to see whether or not it had the presence of blood on it?
I was not provided a swab of Miss Baker's hand.
So you have no idea, based on your findings, whether or not Miss Baker's hands had blood on them?
I have no idea whether her hands had blood on them, but I have just the results that I obtained from the fingernails, the DNA results.
Now, a mixture, as we've heard about it, you can have a single source DNA sample, right? Single source where it's just one contributor, yes?
A single source is just one contributor.
And you can have a mixture which is essentially unlimited. You could have anywhere from 2 contributors all the way up to who knows how many, correct?
A mixture is more than one person's DNA.
Now, if we're talking about the
Love my gherkins.
left-hand fingernails, I think that would be item 12, is that correct?
The left hand fingernails was item 12.
Okay.
We all want this to sort of wrap up so we can get onto the prior.
When we talk
Thank
about a
you very
DNA
much for
type,
this.
another way to say that is the genotype, correct? Does that sound fair?
Both of the DNA types at an area together make a genotype.
Okay. Now, we're talking about the fingernails that, that's your item 12, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put something up here. When you have to go through an extraction process and you have to go through an isolation process with your taking one person's DNA and saying that that's going to be a contributor and then trying to identify the second contributor. So first you have to identify that you have a mixture, right? And then you have to break that down into, sometimes you have a major contributor and a minor contributor. Does that sound fair?
That's not really what we do anymore. I'm looking at the DNA types in the mixture together as a whole, so I'm not sure what you mean by isolation process.
Well, when you're saying, well, obviously you're picking and choosing. You're saying, okay, this contributor is 93%, this person is 7% in terms of the mixture, right? So you're assigning a degree of contribution to each contributor.
I'm
correct?
not picking and choosing anything.
All right. Well, let's look at let's look at your notes here real quick. Now, when I say you, let's just say I'm not necessarily saying you personally, but at some point in your process, you are, let me see if I can hone in on this a little bit. Okay, so these are your bench notes from item 12, the left-hand fingernails. Somebody, be it you or maybe STR mix, when we're talking about your statistical calculator, or somebody at FDLE is saying contributor 1 is 93%, correct? Right there?
When I run it through the program that I use to look at mixtures, it assigns what it believes to be the contributor 1's percentage.
Yes, and this is a thing that you're doing. You're running it through a program, and then, I mean, you're not calling that number wrong, are you?
I'm not calling it wrong. I'm not assigning it 93% myself.
All right. So whether it's you or STR mix, right, and if you want to tell the jury what STR mix is, since we might be using that between us on numerous occasions, if you want to explain to them what STR mix is, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. STR mix, like I said, is a computer program that helps me look at DNA mixtures. It also helps me calculate the statistics. It's just like a big calculator. It does everything that I can do by hand, but because it is a computer, it is faster.
Here, would you say that STR mix or you or whoever else is drawing these conclusions is saying that Kay Baker is contributing 93% to the DNA mixture on her left-hand fingernails.
So what it's doing is looking at the mixture as a whole. It is then looking at the interior components, and of course I have to look at it to make sure that everything in my STR mix run is working properly and there's no indicators that something went wrong. So
Some of this is a little monotonous as it goes on, but
so when it's looking at
this is an important part of the trial. I mean, this proves, who was where, and, where their DNA was. But it does take a lot of time. I wish trials could, because this has been established, they can just say, let's just begin with understanding X, Y, Z. This is given, and let's proceed from there. But we'll get through this. Hang in there. Priors are coming.
The weight is 100%, so there's no other options that what that first contributor can be at that particular area. And if you see the whole contributor 1, it's saying that all of those genotypes are 100% weighted, as those are the only genotypes contributor 1 can be.
And that's a degree of confidence, right? 100%. In other words, at D3, STR mix is 100% confident that the genotype is 1518, correct?
It's not a confidence level, it's saying that the weight is 100% as what those genotypes should be.
Okay. Now that's, as you look at the 93% contributor, it's giving 100% right down the line, is it not?
It is, and with this particular sample, I also knew that it was from Kay Baker, so I told the program that this sample was, if this is item 12, is that right?
This is.
I told it that I know what Kay Baker's profile should be because they were present. It is a sample from her hand. So I told it that these are her DNA types, and then it looks at the mixture with that as well.
Okay, and so there is at times information that you are programming into STR mix, or commands or information that you independently are putting into that program for it to factor into its calculations, or the amount of weight that it's going to assign any particular marker.
There is different things that I tell it, and if her DNA types were not present, I wouldn't have told it that she was expected to be a donor to that profile.
Okay. So now we get into contributor at 7%. And if I heard you correctly on direct, you said that
you guys are providing a ton of information, background information on the victim.
700 billion
and
or
the previous
like that,
victim and their interactions with Matthew.
Matthew Terry was a contributor.
Toxic Little Miss, both of you have done a fantastic job on Discord. A lot of this information is over there if you want to read the documents and look into this. I appreciate you guys sharing that with us.
Now let's take a look at D3. Very top, D3. I can zoom in on this if you like. Okay. D3 was a 1516 at 91% weight. Do you agree with that?
D3 is a 1516 genotype with 91.7% weight.
Now QQ means unknown, right? Meaning that with that 7% amount of DNA for that contributor, you are not able to get an exact marker.
Gold Mom, you didn't miss it.
D3,
it's coming up hopefully
you had an
next.
Incomplete sample or an incomplete amount of DNA to work with. So QQ is just something that is language for STR mix, or that you use to show we don't know what the DNA is there, correct?
No, the QQ that you see over in the component just means the genotype isn't greater than 99%, so it's not calling a definitive genotype at that area. What you see under weight and the genotype different combinations is what it believes to be the different genotypes that could be present within that mixture and the weight it is giving those genotypes that are there.
So because it was less than 99%,
So you're
it
saying
comes
there's a
out with
chance.
QQ. So everywhere that it's 99% or greater, you'll see either one number or both numbers. Does that sound fair?
If there is a number under component greater than 99%, it means that it was above 99, equal to or greater than 99%.
All right, now here, it also allowed for other various possibilities. 16, 18, it assigned a weight of 4%, correct?
Yes.
And on down.
16, 18 assigned a weight of 4.03%.
Okay, so let's go to D16.
He hasn't scored any points yet. There's been nothing that's been a gotcha moment. I think he was trying for something in not swabbing the fingernails for blood, but that doesn't. She's like,
Now,
there was
if you
enough
have-
sample.
Mr. Terry's DNA profile at D16. What is Mr. Terry at D16?
12, 13.
Okay. How much weight is STR mix assigning to 12, 13 at D16?
It is assigning a 34.01% weight.
So in other words, what STR mix is saying there is that it is 34% confident or 34% convinced that that marker is 1213.
It's not a confidence. Again, that weight is taken into account when it calculates the statistic, when it's comparing what the DNA type is present versus what the person is that I'm comparing.
And there's a big difference between 34% and 91%, correct?
There is a difference between the two, but again, it's taken into account during the calculation.
Let's go down to CSF,
Because it's weighted.
right at the bottom. All right, CSF is, would you agree that CSF is type 1111?
What do you mean?
CSF, the type at CSF, the marker, CSF, the type is 1111.
I mean, 1111 is the top option at 40.07%.
Which is quite different than 99% or 91%. You agree?
40% is different than 99 or 91%.
And that there's also allowing for the possibility of 1112 at 30%, 1212 at 15%, unknown and 11, 6.34. So it's giving various percentages and assigning various weights to other possibilities. That's what this is doing, correct?
It is assigning the weights, and when the calculation is done, it takes into account the weight that it assigns if the particular person is that DNA type or genotype.
And that's quite different than what we saw with Kate Baker at 100% for every single weight and every single marker, correct?
That is different, yes.
Let's go down to D2, which is
Charlie, hopefully she earns a bit more than a Burger King cashier. I mean,
I'm
she's
going to show
a
you
smart
what Mr.
cookie.
Terry is at D2. The second D2, not the top one. All right. See, very last marker, D2 S1338. Mr. Terry is a 1720. Do you agree with that?
Do we have another love note from Sarah Boone to go over? Is this the one where she complains about her lawyer not responding, or is this a different one? If she wrote the judge a love letter, we're definitely going to cover that.
I'm going to walk up to the board here. All right, this is D2 S1338, and obviously this is QQ, right? But you agree that Mr. Terry is a 1720 at D2 S1338, yes?
Mr. Terry is a 1720 at D2 S1338.
Do you see either a 17 or a 20 in any of these possible genotypes when totaled together, STR mix is adding up to 100%? Do you see a 17 or 20 anywhere on there?
I do not see a 17 or 20, but it would take into account where that QQ option is.
In all other circumstances that we were looking at, where STR mix or whatever information you're programming
This
into
is
STR
crazy.
mix is considering what
Can we
those
just see
markers
people
are,
instead?
and each one of those markers
Those
we see
papers
a
drive me nuts.
possibility at various weights of Mr. Terry's DNA type at that marker, don't we?
It is, the STR mix program is looking at what is present within the DNA sample from the question sample and coming up with different combinations of what the contributors could be and assigning weights to those.
And I think I heard you on direct when you said that if somebody's DNA is not at a marker, if they have a DNA type that is not found in the mixture or not found in the single source, that is not their DNA that is contributing to it. Correct?
We were discussing single source complete profiles, not DNA mixtures.
So if that's not Mr. Terry's DNA at that marker, and if it's not Ms. Baker's DNA at that marker, then do you consider the possibility of a third contributor?
The sample obtained from item 12 was consistent with 2 donors. I don't know specifically off the top of my head what D2 S1338 looks like. I would have to take a look at it, but those are very possible genotypes that are there, and a QQ option was given, but it had a low weight, but it doesn't mean someone's excluded. I did run the samples through the program.
She's holding
and
her
if
own.
it was excluded, it would have overall excluded the comparison of Matthew Terry.
During that analysis that STR Mix goes through and figuring out the 93% with the 7%, does it ever confuse, in that 7%, does it ever confuse any DNA types from the 93% contributor? Does it ever do that?
I'm not sure what you mean by confused, sorry.
Okay. I'm going to walk you through it here.
Because he's so smart.
Go back to CSF, right?
Matthew, if that's the case,
Let me find it.
she may get a new attorney, which could further delay. Oh man, I'm really hoping that the January 30th date would be Sarah Boone's court date. But if this is the case, if the judge assigns her a new public defender number 7,
Going back to CSF,
that'll be crazy.
Mr. Terry is an 11-12, but so is Miss Baker. They're both 11-12s at CSF. And if you look at the statistical probability or the amount of weight given to 11-12, the amount of weight given to 11-12 is 30%, which means that it's giving more weight. STR Mix is giving more weight to a DNA type that does not belong to either Mr. Terry or Miss Baker. Would you agree with that?
So again, what the program is doing is looking at what the DNA mixture has as DNA types at all of the areas. It's coming up with different genotype combinations for the different people within the mixture based on how many people I tell it is in the mixture or if there's an expected donor. I don't know off the top of my head what the DNA types were present at CSF, but it is giving a 1111 as a possible DNA type for contributor 2 at that particular area at 40%. It also gives an 1112 a 30% and a 1212 15% weight based on what is present in the DNA mixture. So that is overall what it's giving as the different combinations as to what can be present in that mixture when I compare someone to it.
At D21, at D21 you see 2929. The amount of weight being given to it is about 45%. You see that?
I see 2929 is 44.97, I believe.
And you also see that 2930 is 32.37.
Yes, I do.
Okay? So if Mr. Terry is a 2929 and STR mix is giving 45% weight to that, and Ms. Baker is a 2930 and STR mix is giving 32% weight to that, you're saying that under these circumstances, because you're programming, and I think that's what you said, you're programming into STR mix that it's 2 contributors, correct?
I am telling STR Mix there's 2 contributors and an expected donor on this particular sample.
Is there any possibility at all throughout any of this
Any
that
possibility
STR
at all?
mix is overlapping the 2 profiles in some manner?
It knows that I gave it an expected donor, and that is contributor 1's DNA types. Contributor 2 is looking at what is present in the possible DNA types that it could be, and assigning
He's gonna
weights
try to get a yes,
those
no on that
DNA
question.
types or genotypes that are present, or possible combinations.
Suppose you had typed in there the possibility of 3 contributors. Would it have broken down the mixture into percentages that would add up to 100%? Would it have done that? Would it have broken these down and done the exact same thing if you had typed in 3
The answer is
contributors?
yes here.
Without doing that particular thing, I don't know how it would have reacted.
What you said earlier also is that you want to make sure that the program is doing what it's supposed to be doing and working as it should. Am I characterizing your testimony correctly?
Yes, there are different things that I look at to make sure it's working properly.
Jay Hughes, I believe this is a privately retained attorney, not a public defender. Thank you, Matthew. I'll take a look at that. Love to look into that.
With your Exhibit 5, the leaves, and I believe Exhibit 2, the swabs and the red stain in the backyard, if we just take those 2 exhibits for a second, when you're running a statistical analysis through the software program, through STR Mix, when you're doing that, would you agree that the values, for whatever it is you're dealing with, the values have to meet certain criteria? You agree with that?
When I'm running STR Mix, I'm looking at specific values to make sure they are what they should be.
And in order for whatever it is you're doing to be of any use to you, then they should be running as they should be, right? All the values, everything about the program, it should be running as it should, right?
The values should meet what I know them to be, and if not, that run's not used.
Right, and so what you're looking for is you're looking for a statistical probability, right?
What do you mean, overall,
Yes.
or?
Ultimately, that's what you want the program to spit out. You want it to give you some sort of statistical probability, because just on itself, some DNA profile doesn't mean anything. Just by itself, if you're looking at a DNA profile, that's of no use to you. It's the statistics that are of use to you. That's what's driving this, right? The exclusion of everyone else except for whoever's profile is on there, right? That's what you're looking for.
Not always. Often I don't have a DNA standard to compare until way later within the case. So I'm not always ultimately looking for a statistical probability, and that's not calculated until I have a known standard to compare.
That's what I'm talking about. You have a known standard. You still ran a known standard through STR Mix, right? It wasn't a mixture. You've run a known standard through STR mix to give you a
Trisha.
statistical probability, right?
It's like
Are
Charlie
you talking
Brown.
about the single source profile? or
Charlie
the
Brown
mixture?
listening to his
Yes.
teachers. Wah, 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 wah.
Do you get run
That's all we
STR
hear
mix
right now.
to calculate
She's
the
holding her own though.
statistic?
She's doing great.
And that's the easiest one to run, right? There's nothing to separate. That's the easiest kind of standard to run through STR mix. You're not going through the 93% and the 7% and the various weights with the genotypes. All you're doing is running that known standard through a program and asking it to do something very simple, right?
I mean, all of it's fairly simple because it's a computer program and I'm typing numbers in and importing files.
And Exhibit 2 was a single source profile, wasn't it?
Exhibit 2 was a single source profile. Item 2.
Right.
She
You
was making it
found
sound like
no
anybody
evidence
could
of
do
a
this job.
mixture.
Item 2 was a single source profile.
You found nothing foreign, right?
Foreign's a different word that you would use. It is a single source profile.
Okay. So the first run that you made of the DNA profile from the swabs of the red stain in the backyard, the very first run that you had was useless, wasn't it? Didn't work.
A few of the runs didn't work, but I was able to identify it based on those different indicators I'm looking for, and I was able to talk to my technical leader on what to do, and I was able to fix it, and it ended up running. The run that was used ran fine.
I'm talking about the very first time you ran it through, it was not acceptable.
The first time I did not use that run because it failed the overall run.
Not good. Didn't work. And this is the software program that you're continuing to use throughout this entire process. So the first run of the single source profile from the leaves, STR mix didn't like it, wasn't working, for whatever reason, didn't happen, right? And then you did a second run of the same single source. Didn't work, did it?
Nope, sometimes that does happen
Didn't work.
with complete profiles.
So then you ran it a third time, the single source. We're not talking about anything complicated. You've already said it's very simple. Very simple. But this really complex statistical calculator that you rely on to exclude and include for this trillions of odds, whatever it is, couldn't do it successfully.
It
Right.
did end up doing it successfully once I was able to identify the two that didn't work, talk with my technical leader on what to do further, and if it wasn't going to work a third time, I was going to put it through a manual calculator and calculate the statistic that way, but I did have a successful STR mix run.
And that's what you're claiming. But you really don't know, do you? Because you didn't run it a fourth time to make sure that that was correct. In other words, you never repeated your success with this exhibit. Bad, no, so this is the pattern here. No good. I don't like what it's giving me. No good. I don't like what it's giving me. Oh, third time, it's giving me exactly what I want. And I'm going to stop now. And then, after you stopped with Exhibit 2,
Objection on, is there a question other than argument?
yes, you went to Exhibit 5. What was Exhibit 5?
Exhibit 5 was the leaves.
Okay, let's talk about your first run of the leaves. Now, single source, was it not?
It was single source, yes.
Right. What happened when you ran it the first time with the leaves?
The leaves, it ran in STAR Mix and it did fail, but I was able to identify the fail. And I ran it again, it failed again. I was able to talk to the technical leader on what to do. And again, this does happen on single source samples. And we were able to come up with what to do. But, and then it did run successfully a third time.
So the first time, would you say that it was similar to the problem you were having with the red stain from the backyard?
It was similar. I was able to identify it, and I failed the run based on our standard operating procedures. And then I was able to try it again, and if it didn't fail, or if it didn't pass again, I talked to the technical leader, which we figured out how to go about what I was going to do next, and I had a passing run on the third time.
Now, didn't you say that if it did it a third time, you were going to run everything manually? Didn't you say that before? Or does that only apply when you're not getting what you want with one of the single sources. So how many times does this machine or this program have to fail to perform a very simple function before you all just decide to run things manually and do it on your own? How many times does that have to happen?
It is 2 times, and then we determined what to do a 3rd time, and if it failed a 3rd time, I was able to perform it manually on this single source profile.
And this is the same program, is it not, that is calculating all these various genotypes and weights and things of that nature? It's the exact same thing, isn't it? STR mix?
It is the same, but all the other runs passed the first time around. I was able to identify the failing runs, and those were not what was used to provide the statistics.
Hey, Debbie, a lot of states have an online source where you can actually search for the case, find the case number, and see all the public documents related to that. If there's one you're looking for, we might be able to point you to it. I've got links for a lot of the cases I'm following I can share with you.
I'm going to go through and ask you whether or not you agree with the amount of weight that STR mix is assigning to particular markers. All right? If you want to go to your notes, you can tell me whether or not you agree.
I don't think there's a disagree or agree. It is what it is.
I'm talking about what was provided.
No, I understand, but I know how StarMix works, and I agree with the program. The program does work how it should work, and if there was any indicator it wasn't working, none of those results would be used.
Ms. Troutman, what I'm asking you to do is to tell me whether or not you agree that this is the number that was produced by your program, not whether or not you agree with STR Mix's results. I'm asking you whether or not you will agree with my questioning as I walk you through each one of these markers, if that is the amount of weight that STR Mix was assigning that profile for that marker or that item, okay? So,
Okay, well, he's
the numbers
droning
are what
on.
they are. There's not really a agree or disagree. The program does work, and I know the program to work.
can you go to D16, please?
He's going to try
Are you
to.
talking about item 12?
Yes,
Okay, if you just give me 1 minute, I can find that.
thank you.
Well, they're doing this. I just read, Matthew, the document you sent, the letter from Sarah Boone to the lawyer in the suitcase trial. Wow. I won't call this a love letter. It definitely wasn't a love letter. But she is tired of using up her pens with her limited commissary money to write letters to the judge asking why her lawyer won't call her back.
Okay.
Not looking good on the lawyer, if it's all true. But
D16, the type was a 1213. Yes.
he's a busy guy too.
Top option was 1213.
Mr. Terry's 1213.
I would have to flip back
Hold on,
unless you
please.
have it.
Can I approach the witness?
You may. You don't have to ask. Just
Thank you, I
get it.
appreciate it.
Oh, thank
That
you.
may help.
Yeah.
All right.
Judge is like, hey, you can walk up here anytime.
D16, the highest percentage type was 1213.
D16, the highest percentage, the weight was given was to a 1213.
And the 1213 is Mr. Terry at D16.
Mr. Terry at D16 is a 1213.
And the amount of weight that STR mix gave that was 34%, correct?
Yes.
CSF, the highest percentage type was 1112.
The highest percentage type at CSF is an 1111.
I'm sorry. For Mr. Terry at 1112 and type at 1112, the weight was 30%, correct?
At CSF, 1112 is weighted at 30%.
1111 was the 40% that we had talked about earlier, correct?
1111 is weighted at 40%.
Now at D21 S11, where Mr. Terry is at 2929,
I'm just going
And
to
the
take a
type
short
was
nap here.
29.
If you guys can just
STR mix was giving that 45%.
send a beep or something in your headphones. Every time to wake up.
D21, 29, 29 is given a weight of 44%.
Wake me
At
up
D18,
before she goes.
For any sort of match of Mr. Terry, STAR mix was giving it a 13%,
The language wouldn't be a match; it'd be an inclusion.
right?
So, what? Sorry, what was the question you were asking?
D18 was 13% for an inclusion of Mr. Terry.
1619 is
Yes.
a 13% weight at D18.
D22, 1515.
Please tell me he's
the
not going to do this to
inclusion weight
every
is
single.
18% for Mr. Terry.
At
Every single
D22,
specimen.
the 1515 is given a 18% weight.
D5, 1112, including Mr. Terry at 1112, was 35%.
Let's do a little poll, Matthew.
D5 at 1112.
I'm going to turn her down just a
35%.
tiny bit.
Now, going
We'll
down
keep
to
listening for those that want to hear, but
1923, for a QQ, which is allowing for even the remote possibility.
okay, the poll's live
Mr. Terry
at the
was
request of our
included
legal
is
expert Matthew Harris.
0.38%.
Sorry, which one are you talking about?
D2,
Wh-
S133.
Go ahead and cast your votes now.
Okay.
So they don't even have Mr. Terry on there, but allowing for even the remotest possibility of any contributor other than a 1923 is 0.38. And Mr. Terry's at 1720. You agree with that?
No, 1923 is weighted at 32%. There are many other different weights, but QQ is weighted at 0.38%, which would be accounted for in the calculation.
Right. 0.38, not even 1%, not even a 0.5%.
0.38 is the percentage.
Better odds than winning the lottery.
Going to TPOX, 10Q, and Mr. Terry is a 1011. 10Q, 13%.
10Q is a 13.73%.
SE33 is 8.7%.
SE33
8%.
is 8.7%.
Hey, Coffee Mom, I think my son was playing that song during the lunch break for my wife. If that's the right one, I just caught a little bit of it.
I can have 1 second, please.
Does that mean they're done? If they need one more second, I'm going to go ahead and call this poll here. Let's end the poll, and it looks like 73% vote for reinstating Pluto as a planet, and 26 of you are deniers. You know, clearly, you're denying the science. The Earth is round and Pluto is not a planet, says Third Eye Open. Scientists were just bored that day, says Debbie. Abby's just getting a little bit of shut-eye. We'll wake you up, Abby, when it's time.
Were you ready, Mr. Diaz?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Every time they say 1 more second, they cannot just rap. They have to sit there and stall. We're going to have some very brief and direct.
Strutman, one of the things the defense asked you about pretty
redirect.
early on that you started to answer, and I don't know that it came out perfectly clear. He asked you about, you kept using the word possible, 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 and you started to respond with something about that's the accepted language. Can you explain that?
Saying the words that they are a possible contributor is just the language that's used based on what FDLE is reporting.
Is that language you picked? I mean, did you decide that that's the language that has to be used?
I did not know.
Is that the accepted language in the science?
It is the accepted language within the community.
Whether that's you or another analyst at FDLE or another analyst at some other law enforcement agency somewhere else across the country or the world, that would be the acceptable way to describe the results per the current custom of people in your field?
Yes, it's an accepted language based on the current guidelines.
You were also asked about the fingernails at Lank and about how you didn't do the chemical testing to see if there's blood on the fingernail or whatever, and you kept saying it was to conserve the sample. What does that mean?
It means I wanted to make sure I had enough sample in order to take it to DNA analysis. Like I spoke about earlier, my DNA testing works best with if you put in enough DNA. So I wanted to make sure I was able to collect enough DNA, and even though it would remove a small portion, I wanted to, by doing the blood tests, I wanted to make sure that I was going to be able to have enough to take forward to DNA analysis.
You were also asked over and over, the defense kept trying to get you to say that weight is the same thing as confidence, how confident star mix is, and you keep saying weight is not confidence. Can you explain that to the jury?
So what we were looking at is the star mix report. It's looking at all the different genotypes that could be present for the different contributors. And so when you're looking at the different contributors, like we were for number 2, it's giving a particular weight to that genotype at that area. So when I'm comparing a known individual, if they happen to be the genotype that has the lowest overall weight, that is going to take into account during the calculation. Same thing if the person who I'm comparing has the highest weight, it is going to take into account during the calculation as well.
All right, and so let's just hypothetically create the first loci of someone, and it turns out to be an 11-12. That's the reading that you believe is an 11-12, okay? Is STR mix then looking at the possibility that of 10-12, meaning you subtracted 1 from 11, so it's 10-12, or 12-12, meaning you added 1 to 11, or 10-11, meaning you subtracted 1 from 12, or 10-13, meaning you added 1 to 12. It's
Hey, Debbie, I just
looking at
posted a
all
link.
possibilities.
This may be the one you're looking for
So
the
if
Oklahoma
our DNA
courts records.
profile in the mixture,
If you send me some information offline, because it's personal, it's family information. If you send me someone into the text to the burner phone, I can try to search for it for you. Most of them are free. A lot of them are free, but some of them have some cost. But I can see what I can find for you.
An 11-11 or a 12-12, and giving a particular weight to all of those combinations. And so then when I make the comparison afterwards, it is providing the statistic based on the weights as well.
So when Mr. Kane kept asking you about how you kept looking for results you like, are you telling me that STR mix is actually looking at all the possible variables? It's looking at 11-12, 11-11, 12-12, maybe 10-11, whatever the case may be. It's calculating all of these possibilities?
It is calculating all the different possibilities.
All right. And at the end of the day, who makes the call? Does the computer make the call, or do you make the call?
I make the call if the run works like it should or not. And then if it doesn't, I I get outside guidance, and then all of my work is reviewed to ensure that
Ask another question.
Yes. Ma'am, so you make the decision about whether or not the run did or didn't work. So let's say you go to do the first run and something goes wrong. The instrument backfires or whatever happens. I don't know what could go wrong, but something goes wrong. Do you just take those results and throw them out completely?
No, I don't. Those are all retained within the case file.
So they can be seen?
Yes.
All right, so now you run it a second time, and those, for whatever reason, something goes haywire, whatever the case may be. Do you throw those results out?
No, they're retained in the case file.
So you have all those too?
Yes.
All right, now you run it the third time, and here's my question. Does the computer say, well, I know what it ran the first time, so I'm going to use that somehow to decide what I tell you the third time?
No, they're independent of each other.
It's not tracking what was said the first time or the second time to somehow influence what is said the third time?
No, they're independent.
Is one of the sort of fundamental concepts of science is that it's supposed to be repeatable, that you can replicate it, that you can do something and then do it again? That's sort of a fundamental concept of science?
Having reproducibility is one of the concepts that we look for in testing.
So in theory, if you ran it a fourth time or a fifth time, you would expect to have the same results, again, absent some sort of glitch didn't happen?
I wouldn't know because I didn't run them, but I would hope that they would run fine.
How often do you have glitches? Is this something unusual where you had a case where you tried to run a single source and twice it didn't work as expected?
It's happened to me before, aside from this case, so I know it has happened.
I want to ask you, we keep talking about these numbers, 11, 12, whatever the case may be, 10, 12, all these sorts of things. When you look inside a person, there's not like an actual number. Like if you could look at my DNA, you wouldn't see a 10 and a 12 sitting next to each other, would you?
I would not. The 10 and 12 indicate how many times your DNA is repeated at that particular area.
So going back to what you talked about, you're breaking DNA into these like short tandem repeats, STR, correct?
Yes, that's what it stands for.
And when you feed the DNA through a machine, it spits out a number, and it might be 10, 11, 12, I don't know, whatever number it is, it'll be some number, is that correct?
They correlate to numbers.
And so when you're looking at the numbers in total, you're looking at all these different locations, and STR-Mix is contemplating all the variables of possibilities, whether it's a 10-11, an 11-11, 11-12, whatever the case may be.
I think
You're
he's just
doing all
about
of that.
done.
Are you taking all of that into consideration before you're even deciding whether or not a person is a contributor?
I'm making an overall conclusion as to what the sample is before I'm even looking at who can be a contributor and who can't.
Are you therefore looking at the totality of what is there and not each individual instance of what's happening?
I'm looking at the profile as a whole before it's compared.
Do you think the coughing is intentional
No other
to
questions? Take your honor.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
to throw off the?
Thank you, ma'am. You
The
may step down
prosecution.
and be released as a witness at this time.
Okay, here we go.
I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State calls Anna Cox.
Anna Cox.
Anna Cox. Okay. Who is Anna? She might be the last witness before the priors. Hopefully it's not another painfully dull one. Like mind-numbingly. See, she's carrying a bag,
Good
so she's an
afternoon and
expert.
welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn. Wherever you're comfortable, you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in
If you look at the
proceeding will be the
defense
truth,
table, it's got a
the whole
black
truth,
curtain
and
around
nothing
it.
but the
You can
truth,
see that
so help
he's
you God.
probably shackled.
Thank you.
That's
You'll follow the
concealing
bailiff
that
down
from
the
the
ramp
jury.
that leads up to the chair. Please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thank you.
I do not believe this is a prior. This is a expert, or she wouldn't be. What's that she got there? Is that like a? Is that the one pepper challenge she just pulled out? Is she going to do it on the
Make a
stand?
seat, Mr. Diaz.
The one pepper
Chance
challenge?
there in a second to set
The
up.
one chip challenge?
Ready to go?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
I think it's her
Please
glasses,
introduce
actually.
yourself to the jury.
My name is Anna Cox.
And Ms. Cox,
Ooh,
what do you do
she's
for a living?
right in the microphone.
I own my own private forensic consulting business.
And
Ooh.
do you consult in any particular areas?
I specialize in bloodstain pattern analysis, proper chemical enhancement procedures, as well as proper homicide processing procedures.
All right, those are sort of different things, so let's talk about those just very basically. What is bloodstain pattern analysis?
That is a discipline of forensic science where we analyze and interpret bloodstains at a crime scene in an attempt to provide information on the bloodshedding events that have occurred.
Okay, and then you talked about chemical enhancement? What's
Yes.
that?
That is using a variety of chemicals to enhance whether it be something we call latent fingerprint ridge
Yes,
detail.
they do.
Trying to see if we can
They
get
have a wardrobe
comparable
closet.
characteristics.
But
so
if you have
that-
money,
that,
I believe your lawyer can bring you
enhancement
some
can
or
be
something.
compared to a known item.
But public
whether
defenders
that be
generally don't bring you
fingerprints,
clothes.
tire marks, fabric marks, and I specialize particularly in enhancement of blood prints on a variety of surfaces and substrates.
All right, and you talk about blood prints. What do you mean by blood prints? You mean like bloody fingerprints?
Sure, you can have bloody fingerprints, there can be bloody shoe wear, there can be fabric impressions, I've enhanced weapon impressions, and there's a variety of chemicals that you can use because the surface is basically going to dictate to you which chemical that you need to be using. So I am proficient in the chemical application as well as understanding the chemical composition as well as how it reacts with the surface I'm going to be processing.
Well, let's talk about your educational background. Did you go to college?
I did.
And did you take courses in science in college?
I did.
And then having graduated from college,
Hey-
what did you do then? Did you just go
Hey
into
Debbie,
business for yourself?
you might not be
No.
quite on the live stream. Make sure click the
I
live button on the bottom of the screen. Make sure the
subsequently
little
went and got a
slider bar on the bottom is all the way
certificate in
caught up to the
crime scene
present.
technology after I received my
You might be in the
bachelor's
past. We
degree.
are on a new witness now. We
And
have
that
the
certificate
state
in crime scene
private
technology
forensic
was
consultant
comprised
Anna
of
Cox
basically
testifying. She just barely
4
started. Still going
field
through the
photography,
her credentials
fingerprint
right now, and then we'll get to her
proper
questioning.
documentation of a scene, crime scene safety. So kind of gave you your fundamentals to process a scene. While I was a student at that particular college, I met the section manager of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, of which I subsequently became hired as a forensic science specialist there. And then while I was working, I pursued additional academic education.
And I don't know if it's the correct name, but I mean, everybody calls them crime scene investigators. Did you become a crime scene investigator?
I did. We were called forensic science specialists, which was just a fancy term.
It doesn't roll off the
Since
tongue
around
like
2000
CSI
when all
though.
this is happening?
Yes, I actually began as a volunteer autopsy technician at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office. I did that for about 6 months, and then I was subsequently hired in July of 2000 at the Sheriff's Office.
And so now that you're hired at the sheriff's office and you're working as a forensic, what is it again?
Forensic science specialist.
Forensic science specialist. I'm gonna call it CSI. You gotta forgive me. Now that you're working as a forensic science specialist, are you working in the field every day, or not every day, but whatever days you're working out, taking photos, collecting fingerprints, collecting items of potential evidence, whatever the case may be?
She's like, no,
Yes,
mostly
that was
mostly
my
I golf.
specific job responsibilities was to respond to crime scenes, ranging from property crimes all the way to death investigations. And I was tasked with all forms of identifying, documenting, processing, collecting, proper packaging, securing, maintaining chain of custody, report writing, all of that. I was responsible to do that for any scene I responded to.
So I want to talk with you ultimately about blood pattern analysis. How do you start moving into blood pattern analysis?
After I finished my probationary period at
this
the
is gonna
Sheriff's
get really
Office and
descriptive.
graduated from the field training, my section manager recognized that I did in fact have a natural science background and some coursework that I had taken academically, and asked me if I would be interested in pursuing.
Okay, just
blood
as
stain
a
pattern
trigger warning
analysis.
here,
This
we're
was
basically
roughly a
going to,
year
they call this
after
blood
I
spatter
started the Sheriff's
analysis,
Office, so in 2009.
where you're recreating the scene
And
based
I
on how the
indicated
blood
an interest in it and was
fell or
immediately
sprayed.
sent
So we're going to get
take
into some
professional
pretty
coursework
graphic descriptions
from other
of
blood stain pattern
of
analysts
the
in the field.
of the blood,
I
especially it was found on the wall
actually
outside
fell in love
the
with
front
discipline.
front of the house. So
Really
if you need to
enjoyed
take a break
the
right now,
science
this is a
background
good
to
one.
it,
Maybe
as well
mute
as the
it.
application of it to scene work.
We'll
And I,
watch
just
until
been
a new
continuing
witness
from
comes
there.
up or something.
All right,
But
so
it's
when we last
it's going to get a little
left off, at the
yucky.
sheriff's office, you've now sort of started to specialize in the blood pattern analysis. At some point, do you ever go and get further degrees or certificates or anything in school?
Yes, I went to University of Florida and I enrolled in their graduate certificate program, which was 4 courses that had been extrapolated from their master's degree program. I took forensic anthropology, forensic DNA, serology, and I took forensic medicine 1 and 2, and successfully completed that graduate program and received my graduate certificate in death investigation. I did not finish or pursue my master's degree at the University of Florida because then the rest of the coursework became very lab-based, and I don't work in a lab, I work the road. So I was more interested in pursuing an academic education that was more geared towards what I do on a daily basis. And
Hey, AJ, there are a
subsequently enrolled in
couple
another
out there
master's
that
degree
love
program
the
that was
intrigue and the
fact-based.
mystery, but might be triggered from either a prior experience or something else.
Yes,
So just shout out. I know most of us will be glued to the screen during that, you and me included.
Out to active crime scenes, and as part of my private business, I am still contacted by local agencies throughout the state of Florida, and I still respond on behalf of those agencies to assist with an investigation.
All right, we're going to get to that, but in my understanding then, you went to the University of Florida, you got your graduate certificate, and basically you said, I don't want to be a guy sitting behind a desk, or I don't want to be a woman sitting behind a desk in a lab. I want to work out in the field.
I wanted to continue in the field,
All right,
correct?
so you mentioned that there was another university that did have something more akin to what you wanted. Tell us about that.
I enrolled in a graduate master's degree program through National University, which is based out of San Diego, California, and that master's degree.
I got to take
actually
take part
specialized
in a
investigation.
Citizens
So
Police
it
Academy
was
course, an
additional
11-week
coursework
course
in
where
fingerprinting,
we did some blood
photography,
spatter
major
analysis.
case
And that was
investigations,
enough for me to realize
proper
that although it's
processing.
intriguing, I don't want to be the person
I was
on
also
scene
required
looking
to
at and
complete a
smelling
thesis,
and
which had
just
to be
experiencing that.
peer-reviewed before I was
We
allowed to
looked at some
present it
pretty
to
gruesome
the,
crime scenes.
university. And
And,
I did my master's
it's a
thesis
lot.
on a very
If you haven't
specific
been around
field
that sort of thing,
bloodstain
it's a lot.
analysis where I analyzed bloodstains on
A lot
clothing.
to take in. Yeah.
And so that's your thesis that you ultimately presented and defended for your master's?
Correct.
Okay, so now what year are we in when you're getting your master's?
If I recall, I received my master's degree in 2016.
And are you still working at the sheriff's office then, or have you left employment to go be in California and take your school?
Well, I did my academic education from National was online, but I at that time was a private consultant, so I went straight from the sheriff's office. In 2013, I left the sheriff's office and immediately opened my own business, and then kept working the road, working in the field, as well as doing case file reviews for agencies.
All right, and so since 2013, when you kind of put up your own shingle and opened your own business, tell me who hires you and what you've been hired for.
I am hired by law enforcement agencies to respond to scenes, or if I'm not called when the scene is still active, I can do a case file review off of the agency's CSI work. I am also contacted by attorneys, both defense as well as state attorneys, and I also am at times contacted by families as well as civil attorneys.
All right, so you work both criminal and civil, both for state and for defense.
That's correct.
And how many times do you think you've been hired as a private consultant?
Can I refer to my CV?
If it helps you, sure. Don't read from it, but take a look and refresh your memory.
Out come the glasses. It's a lot. If she breaks out the calculator.
As a private consultant, I have an overall casework total of over 200 cases.
Okay. And some of those, I assume, are for state, some of those, I assume, are for defense?
That's correct.
And are they only here in Hillsborough County, or have you worked all over the state?
I've worked all over the state, as well as in Louisiana and Maryland.
And there's also state court for criminal cases, and there's federal court for criminal cases. You ever worked a federal case?
I have.
How many
Do you
times have you been
currently,
certified expert?
Stay up to date in the field? Do you have to take some sort of classes, or do you read journals or something to keep you up to speed on what's going on in the developments in the science?
Yes, I am members of some professional associations, which affords me the opportunity to read their journals. So that's primarily why I'm actually part of the membership, is to have access to the journals. I also teach quite frequently, and I recognize part of my responsibility as being an instructor is to be well versed on new trends.
Still
new
establishing her credibility here.
information.
It sounds like
So I
she's
do
got a lot of
my
history.
own self-instruction.
And when you say you teach, do you mean
I do want to give a shout out right now to True Celtic Mutt's followers on his live stream. He's rebroadcasting this, so if you're watching it over there, just a shout out. True Celtic's been a friend of our channel here for a while now, so welcome and glad to be participating with you guys that way.
As well as through professional law enforcement affiliations. For example, the Institute of Police Technology and Management, which is affiliated with the University of North Florida in Jacksonville. So I will teach up-and-coming crime scene investigators and investigators. I've had attorneys I've taught in courses. I've had some laboratory people who have opted to take some of my courses. So I have the opportunity to teach to a variety of different types of individuals.
Random person walking through the court there.
Serve as a guest speaker,
Ginger.
or a lecturer, or something like that, like at a conference or anything of that sort?
Yes, I actually have spoken for the International Association of Homicide Investigators. I've done bloodstain analysis presentations for them. I have also taught bloodstain analysis for a multi-jurisdictional law enforcement society up in Illinois. I also have taught at the Florida Division of the International Association of Identification. I did a professional presentation for
Michelle,
them,
we are
so
expecting the
I
priors
also
for
do,
sure.
speak
I believe this is
as
the
well
last
for
witness
affiliations, yes.
from the prosecution before the priors.
Judge, can I approach?
You don't have to ask.
Thanks, Judge.
Judge, like,
Ma'am,
I don't have that
I'm gonna show you
rule.
States Exhibits 64A and B, and States Exhibits 65A through M. Do you recognize these things?
Here we're going on the blood splatters now. And this is maybe not as triggering as it is sad. Just speaks to the depraved nature of the killing. Yep, this is Dexter in the female form. We're finally on to the
I
actual
do.
substance of
As to
her
States
testimony.
64A and B, are those diagrams that you created for the purposes of assisting in your testimony today?
The large one is my diagram, and then this back page is just a enlargement of a portion of that diagram.
And those are things that you created yourself?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit number 64A and B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 64A and B will be admitted at this time.
And as to 65A through M, are those photos that you took of evidence that's in this case that you used for purposes of analysis that you'll be testifying to shortly?
Yes.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict the items that you saw and the things that you observed on them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit number 65A through M.
Any objection?
No objection.
65A through M admitted at this time.
Ms. Cox, did you also prepare a PowerPoint slide as a demonstrative to help explain the work that you do?
Please
I
not
did.
a PowerPoint.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, at this time, I would publish the demonstrative that Ms. Cox created.
Any objection?
Abstain. No.
All right, you may.
All right, let me see if I can get this to work. Okay. So is this your PowerPoint?
Patricia, this is a death
Yes,
penalty
it is.
case.
All right, I'm going to click through the pages
yeah.
and you tell us what we're
Initially, it
using
wasn't,
here, explain to us what we're reading and what's important.
But they changed their mind on
Okay. So,
So, here we go.
I've abbreviated blood-stain pattern analysis. We just call it BPA. And it is, by definition, the scientific study of the blood stains and patterns resulting from a blood-shedding event. So regardless of the type of incident that causes the blood-shedding event, we
like that
can
term.
respond and attempt to
Blood-shedding
analyze and
event.
interpret the blood stains. So it could be anything from a burglary to a death investigation. And what we are tasked with doing is we identify, document, define, analyze, and then interpret
When she
the
said
blood stains
so,
and patterns
the way she did,
that we visually
AJ,
see
I
on
heard
the
emojis.
scene.
I did. I
And
heard
there's
emojis in her voice.
a lot of considerations that we must make when we are attempting to analyze and then interpret the blood shedding event. We look at the size, the shape, and the distribution of the blood stains and patterns. We look at the number of the blood stains. And the interesting thing about the size, shape, and distribution of the blood stains is that the way that the blood stain is distributed is very entrenched to the natural sciences. It really reflects some of the core concepts of physics. Then we look at the number of the stains. We look at their location, the surface that they're on. And we also look at the relationship of the stains and patterns to other stains and patterns at the scene, as well as other items of evidence. So it is incredibly beneficial for me that I do have a crime scene background, of which I've responded to a variety of different scenes, because I understand how different surfaces and different situations can affect evidence at a particular scene. Then, of course, we have to be respectful of scene-specific variables. And what I mean by that would be like the history of the scene, the evidence itself. Is it an indoor? Is it an outdoor scene? Are there multiple persons
PowerPoints
that,
are not very
are
intriguing.
shedding blood? Has there been any type of medical?
As a matter of fact, if you have a profession that
Has there
requires
been
you to give
collection of
PowerPoints, you have a
evidence
boring
prior to
profession.
documentation due to element reasons? So those are all things.
There are
all
so
of
many
these must
better
be
ways to
considered
present
when you're
information
attempting
than a
to do
still
an
image.
analysis and an
It
interpretation.
seems PowerPoint is like, it's prescribed for people who can't sleep. The doctors say, what you need, watch 2 PowerPoints and call me in the morning.
People
You
ask
know,
me
that's
why I'm called out to work a scene or why I'm called to do a case file review. And the primary ones that I'm requested to see if I can do is determine the location of the individual when injuries were inflicted, to determine a possible sequence of events that created the patterns. For example, if there's any alteration to the bloodstains or patterns, or if you have bloodstains on top of bloodstains, to attempt to see if we can sequence how those were distributed. And then if an individual is contaminated with blood and has moved around the scene itself, we can also analyze and interpret to see what those movements may indicate or where in fact those individuals went.
Third slide. What should we take away from this?
The analysis of blood is entrenched in the natural sciences, so we have to be respectful of the fact that we do need to have a background in chemistry and physics and biology. We also use mathematics on certain scenes, and each individual scene is going to dictate which natural science is going to play the most priority on our type of analysis. So, for example, one of the primary things that we must be aware of is the actual components of blood. And we also have to understand body's reaction to the infliction of injury. So we have to be at least aware of and understanding of medical examiner results or medical intervention results or medical treatment. We also have to understand that once the blood has left the body,
Kaylee, we
and
may
it's
actually
exposed
get
to the
something like
environment,
that
certain
here in
environments
this.
can impose drastic
It may be like
changes
stick
on blood
figure
itself.
type,
So we also have to be
or a little
aware
bit
of that to make
more
sure that
advanced
we
than
are, in
stick
fact,
figure, but we're going to have
considering
a
all
pretty
of the
good
blood
understanding
that is
of
considered,
where
but also not
she
considered,
believes the victim was,
or
you know,
not blood.
direction facing,
And
things
then
like that,
physics,
and how this
we have
this
a
murder took
fundamental
place there.
knowledge of
So we're going
basic
to hear that
physics
probably
as it
in the next
applies to
couple
the
slides.
distribution of blood. And the two primary ones are going to be your traditional gravity and air resistance, which are your naturally occurring phenomenon that can play a role in how blood is distributed. And then, of course, if there's an introduction of an outside force that disrupts your natural physics, those blood stains and patterns are going to look completely different than the stains and patterns that are just affected by your natural laws of physics.
Okay, I'm going to order you to move on to the next slide, please. Thank you.
Next slide. Tell us what we're taking away from this.
The identifying blood stains and patterns, we as blood stain analysts, we have several blood stains and patterns that, based on their physical appearance and their size, their shape, and their distribution, we have several
You can move me out of the way so
categories
those of you who
blood
want
that
to
have
read
already
this
been
can
defined
do
based
that.
on those characteristics. And the best way for me to describe blood stain analysis is it's like a forest full of trees, and all of your trees have a tree trunk, and your tree
Hang on.
trunk is going to
She
be
lost
your
me on the
very
science there.
basic
All trees have
generic
a tree
description of
trunk?
a blood stain. There are times when we are able to actually analyze and interpret a blood stain even more definitively, and we'll start to go up on what I call the branches. So, for example,
Oh man, these technical terms are
patterns
losing me.
is something
First we've
called a
got trunk
projection
and now
pattern.
branches.
And that is a blood stain pattern that
I just can't envision it.
results from the ejection of blood under hydraulic pressure, and it's typically caused by a breach in the circulatory system, especially.
She's talking
something
about
like
blood
an
spraying
artery.
from the body.
We also have your large volume.
being
So
pumped
your
from the
large
body,
volume
you know,
stains
you know,
are going to be
an
what we
opening that
consider
was
to be
created.
your passive tree trunk, which means that is a blood stain that results from an accumulation of blood on a particular area. So, for example, an injury is bleeding. There's not a lot of introduction of force to it. It's just the wound is allowed to bleed, and it's not being inhibited or interrupted by anything.
We have
That is
all three of
completely
those,
different than a projection
and
pattern,
even some
because
cast-off.
projection patterns under hydraulic
We
pressure.
might have all
So
of these
that's
actually represented in the
completely-
crime scene. The
visually
projection, the
completely
large
different.
volume, the drip,
Another passive
cast off,
drip tree
which would be
branch
like
would be a
you know,
drip
swinging
stain
your arm,
and a drip trail.
something flies from you.
And those are basically falling drops of
Transfer,
blood that form
swipe,
due to
flow
gravity.
pattern. We might have everything represented
example
here.
I can give is your rendering aid. You've cut your finger, you're rendering aid over your bathroom sink. While you're trying to render aid, the blood is just dripping down and coming off of your elbow. That would be a passive drip stain. Drip trails go from one location to another. Sometimes you can tell which way, sometimes you can't. And sometimes we get a phenomenon called satellite spatter. And satellite spatter associated with your drip stains is a smaller blood stain that actually forms because the parent stain impacts the surface. Best example of that is a rainstorm. You watch a rainstorm, you watch a puddle, rain hits the puddle, and you'll see it break into little pieces and bounce outward. That's what we call satellite spatter. We also see
She's
that
using
in
nice
drip
words
stains.
like trees and rainstorms and stuff, but really she's talking about
Asphalt
blood
is,
spraying
going to
from
be a
someone
different
who's
tree
dying
trunk. This
or
is going to
injured.
be, blood released from an object due to its motion. So that motion could be the rapid acceleration or the rapid deceleration of an item. Typically, you'll hear people refer to it as something being flung. So an example of that would be if I had blood on the end of my fingers and I flung my hand like that, that would cause cast off, which is once again a completely different action than blood just dripping off my hand.
Yeah, Lori, this is interesting. We're moving along
Transfer,
pretty quickly.
It's exactly what it sounds like. A surface that's contaminated with wet blood comes into contact with another surface and distributes a pattern. Sometimes we can tell what that is. Sometimes it could be a handprint, it could be fingerprints, it could be a shoe print. Sometimes we can't tell. There's no discernible characteristics. A swipe is almost exactly like a transfer, but it shows movement. So rather than just my hand coming
I think
straight
there's a
up and down,
Metallica
it shows
album
relative
cover
movement.
that
And
uses
then a flow pattern is where
body
blood,
fluids as a
the movement
as
of a
an
volume
art
of
form.
blood due to the gravity or movement
If you're into
of
that.
a target. A lot of times you'll see flow patterns when you have a large accumulation of blood and the blood just streams down following the topography of whatever item it is on.
What are we looking at here in the next slide?
One of the things that we can use to interpret possible movement or the directionality of a person who's contaminated with blood or the direction an item was moving when blood was dispersed, we call that directionality. So for example, the stains over here on the left, we call them tadpole stains. Some people call them exclamation points.
They have all these nice words.
The gist of it is the very thin tapered end is actually pointing in the direction of which the blood was traveling when those stains were distributed. So for this left-hand side, it would be downward. Over onto the right-hand side, that is actually a series of passive drip stains. And the directionality of the passive drip stains indicates relative motion heading towards the right, because you can see some of the stain becomes a little bit elongated and we have some spines that are actually traveling to the right. So that is just another tool that we use when we're interpreting the blood stains.
What are we looking at here?
That is a very classic projection patterns, and the projection patterns that you see there, the reason they look like they're arched is because they are from a breached artery. So it is the muscle, the heart actually pumping and then releasing, and it comes out in almost like an arcing formation if they're in proximity to a surface to see that. So you'll see the other thing that you can see with projection patterns, which help us to identify it, is some of the larger stains have enough volume that sometimes you'll see some of the blood actually start to flow down from it. So those are some of the characteristics that we look for projection pattern.
In the office, they call it other things, but we'll call it a tadpole stain right now.
What's this?
Those are large volumes. So this is blood that is just being allowed to accumulate on a surface.
Just a
There's
big
no
old
real
puddle of
introduction of an outside force. We get a little bit more specific. If it's on a hard surface, it's called pooled blood. If it's on an absorbent surface, we call it a saturation.
MB, I chose my words carefully. AJ, I will keep the comments up a little longer. Sorry, I'm
So
trying to
this will
clear
be
them off
an
because of the
example
display in the
drip
background,
stains
but
and drip
I'll
trails.
be more cautious of that.
And the stain in the top left corner on the actual TV, that is a passive drip stain that has come into contact with a rough surface. So when it made contact with the rough surface, the stain actually broke, and you can see that there's residual small stains around it. That's satellite spatter. As opposed to the drip stain that is on the right, that is more circular and doesn't appear to be as broken, and that's because that's on a smooth surface. So this is where you're starting to see that not only do we have to be aware of specific characteristics, physical characteristics of the stain, we also have to be very cognizant of the surface that it's on. And then a drip trail. So for example, that drip trail down there in the bottom left, I can't tell you if they were going to the right or to the left. So it is just a drip trail.
What are we looking at here on the slide entitled satellite spatter?
That is more demonstrative explanation of satellite spatter, and the difference in these is the one on the right-hand side, you can see a lot more of the small stains that are encompassing or radiating outward from that original stain. And what happens is if you have blood that continually starts to drip into itself, you'll start to have more blood that can bounce out and break. Another example would be the rainstorm. At the beginning of the rainstorm, the puddle's not that big. At the end of a big thunderstorm, it's much larger, and you have
I think we need a
many,
video
many
of
more
this in
stains
slow
radiating
motion.
outward.
I think
Same
that's what
phenomenon
would
for
really
blood.
explain that better.
So you can either have just the blood dripping into itself where somebody is stationary, or if you have an injury that has is profusely bleeding uninterrupted, you may get what we call rapid distribution of the blood, and then it basically pours down.
She is so
for lack of a
excited
better
about
term,
this.
And then you can
She
also
loves
see
it.
that satellite spatter.
She's in the right profession.
What are we looking here? A non-horizontal surface.
So this is a drip stain that is actually on clothing. It's on a pair of jeans. And even though it is a drip stain, it looks completely different. A, because it's horizontal, it's dripping downward, and B, because it's on a textile. So once again, this is where we're getting into and having to look at a lot of different features. So you can see that the drip stain was traveling downward on here because it kind of breaks, but it still indicates somewhat of a directionality pointing downward.
And what do you mean by it breaks? Could you explain that?
When blood comes into contact with a textile, especially if it's not like a smooth textile, like a silk, if it's something that's got some coarseness to it, like a denim or like a t-shirt, or if it's something that's got like ribbing to it or some special type of design embedded into it, the stain is going to bounce a little bit, so it's going to break because it's not one smooth surface as if we were to put a passive drip stain on a piece of glass
Jay Hughes,
that was horizontal.
send pictures
There's
or it
nothing on
didn't
the
happen.
glass to help it break. So
That's
that's
all I'm
what I
saying.
mean by the stain is broken.
And so if we were looking at a stain like this, you would expect this, and I don't know if it's the correct word, but you would expect this as basically one drop of blood. It hits the clothing, and it's all one, but it sort of leaves individual little markings as it goes down.
Correct. And we try to be respectful of the fact that there are going to be situations where we're not going to be able to exactly tell. So I would just call this passive dripping. It could be two stains right above each other, or it could be one large stain. But what we look at and focus is and interpret the fact that they are both going downwards, and that it was a horizontal type of distribution, or non-horizontal.
Now we move to cast off. What are we looking at here?
That is for example, a bloodied item releasing blood due to its motion. So that could be the rapid acceleration of an item or the rapid deceleration of an item. And sometimes you get cast off stains that form this very beautiful type of linear pattern, and you can see exactly where it started and exactly where it ended. And other times the item has been flung multiple times, or there's a change in swinging motion, or the actual surface it's coming off of is large. So you may just get what we call, for lack of a non-scientific term, you get like a mishmash of all these different stains, stains and patterns.
Add that to your bingo card.
They range in directionality and size, but as you can see, this looks completely different from like a passive drip stain.
Here's transfer and swipe. What's important about this?
This is where a surface is contaminated with wet blood, comes into contact with the surface and deposits the blood onto the surface. The one on the left is just a transfer. There's no discernible characteristics to it, whereas the one on the right is what we call a swipe. It just shows that the item that deposited that was in motion during the deposition, or the surface it was in motion during the deposition.
And you keep using the word deposition, but you don't mean deposition like lawyers conduct depositions.
Oh no, deposition, as the stain's being deposited.
Okay. Here's flow pattern. What do we know about this?
This is where the flow pattern, where the blood is allowed to just flow down based on the topography of whatever the item it's on, and the sheer fact that there's enough volume of blood that gravity is pulling it downward. So that's what the flow pattern would they look like. And then if there's movement by the target, you'll see an alteration and movement of the blood stain as it continues to flow down.
So the one on the right there where it's sort of bent, would that normally indicate to you like some kind of movement in the course of the blood flowing down
Michelle.
the substance?
That's correct.
I should take notes for my next dinner party chat.
All right,
That is awful.
that's that.
AJ, that photo too.
I want to now talk with you about this case.
The surface may have
You were
turned
asked to
or shifted
evaluate,
as it was dripped on,
the
as it was
evidence
running
in
down.
this case, pictures and so on, correct?
Yes.
Tell us the kind of things that you looked at in this case in the review of the file before you started coming to any sort of conclusions.
I requested and reviewed the photographs from the scene, and I
Yeah.
received multiple photographs from multiple representatives of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I also requested the autopsy photographs, as well as any documentation of any clothing that had been removed from Ms. Baker during the autopsy. I also requested and reviewed the 911 call. That was about 16 minutes long. I also reviewed Hillsborough County Medical Examiner. I reviewed their initial case summary report. I reviewed their report of what their actions were at the scene, as well as the official autopsy report that was authored by the medical examiner. I also was provided the toxicology report that was supplemented along with the autopsy report. I also reviewed some of the medical records for Mr. Matthew Terry. He had been received treatment for some of his injuries, and I wanted to review those items as well. I also reviewed the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office reports, and that would include the first responder reports, because there were multiple individuals who responded to the scene and conducted the investigation. That also included the crime scene technician reports. I also reviewed those. And then I was provided Florida Department of Law Enforcement DNA reports as well. And I also, after reviewing that, completed documentation.
She got the full
So I
discovery.
want to start showing you some photos. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 41B. Let me zoom out here.
Okay, here we
Is this
go.
one of the photos
This is crime scene blood
that
splatter.
you looked at?
Yes.
All right, and so here we can see a variety of crime scene markers, T, S, R, Q, and on the fence it's a little hard to see, but I believe that's CC, like Charlie, Charlie. Did you review all of these?
I did.
All right, so I want to start with letter R, which is depicted here in State's Exhibit 41J. That's a little better. Also depicted in State's 41K. And then 41L. And then 41M. And I want to talk with you first about this part in 41M. Did you have a chance to go out to the scene?
Not the night of the incident.
Did you have a chance to go out to the scene somewhere afterwards?
I did.
Were you able to find this general area of the home at 6211?
So this is
that's
blood
sort of the
sprayed
little
under
alleyway
pressure,
between 6209 and
pumped
6211,
from the body
that sort of area that's depicted
through an
in these
opening.
photos?
Yes, I did physically see that area.
All right. And so, assuming this is 6211, there is this red stain on this wall. What can you tell me about this?
That is a projection pattern.
And how do you know it's a projection pattern?
The characteristics of it were very indicative of a projection pattern, including the basic undulation appearance of it, so it actually arcs up and down. You also have the rather large parent staining, where it's the larger, more circular stains, and then you have the smaller flow patterns that are coming down, and that's just because there was a volume of blood that was sufficient enough that the blood began to flow down. And I look at all of the photographs. I looked at all the photographs in this case before I ever read a report, even the medical examiner's report. And I actually remember thinking to myself, I need to look at medical reports to see if somebody has a artery injury, because that was very indicative of that to me. And so that's what it was of interest of the pattern itself.
All right, and so I'm going to zoom in just so everyone can see. But that looks like a tape measure next to it, and it looks like this arch on the wall is no taller than, at best, maybe 10 or 11 inches off the ground, correct?
That's correct.
Based on the position of this arch on the wall, as well as the portion of the ground you can see in front of it here, and given the tape measurements both up the wall and away from the wall through the yard, can you tell me anything about the position of the person who would have been spraying blood from their artery when this mark is made on the wall?
The artery that was distributing this blood was in very close proximity to that portion of the wall and was very low to the ground.
All right, and so when you say close proximity, as we're looking here in States Exhibit 41L, it looks like the blood goes about as far as maybe 36 inches out. Is that what you mean by close proximity, or you mean something closer than that?
I would say that it's even closer to the wall because the actual stain that I identified as the projection pattern itself is on the wall, and then it kind of continues down onto the ground where the wall immediately abuts up against the sandy area. So that would indicate that the artery, as it's releasing blood because it's been breached, is in very close proximity to that wall.
And you say the person must be very low to the ground. In this case, you were able to see the pictures of Kay Baker, correct?
I not only saw the photographs, I also read the autopsy report.
All right, and obviously then you know that she has a pretty large wound to the left side of her neck.
Correct.
How low does she have to be to the ground in order to form this pattern on the wall? I mean, could she be standing upright?
I associated this projection pattern with coming from the breached carotid, as it was indicated in the medical examiner report. There were no other indications of arteries that had been transcended, violated, or injured, so that I attributed to her carotid, which means the left side of her neck had to be in proximity to that lower portion of the wall.
All right, but what I'm asking is,
So she
can
was
you
on the
tell me
ground when this
any
occurred.
indication as to how high up her neck was from the ground? Could she have been standing up?
I would exclude her being standing up. I would include that she is her neck is low to the ground, just above the ground.
So, for example, if she was laying on her back with her left side exposed to the wall, would that be something that could be consistent with this pattern?
I cannot exclude that.
If, alternatively, I turn it the other direction, now she's sort of face down, either laying on her stomach or just barely on her hands and knees, and her neck is again exposed to the left side of the wall, is that consistent with this mark on the wall?
That is also something that cannot be excluded.
But she would have to be somewhere in the position of like either laying on her back, her neck is that low to the ground, or like very low to the ground on her hands and knees, somewhere where her neck is very close to the ground.
Very close to the ground and close to that wall.
Yes, sir.
So if this is a good time, or
I'll just take it right now, it's fine.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been sitting for more than an hour and a half, so I'm going to go ahead and give you your afternoon break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. All rise for the jury.
Okay, we get a close-up of the defendant's neck out of focus as the jury heads out of the room. So yeah, very descriptive as we go through each one of these. It really does paint a picture of what happened at the scene. So this first picture we've seen is what I would say would be the victim's blood. We know that from the blood trail going from the front of the house.
Everyone may be seated. Ma'am, you may step down and enjoy the break as well. They have a certain schedule that they expect breaks on, so we're past that time. But you are still on the stand, so do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Mr. Diaz, just give me an idea approximately how much longer do you think you have for this witness?
At least 30 minutes, I'm sure.
Okay, and then the cross, so that's going to take us, if we come
Come
back
on, we've got to
at
have
4,
priors
4:30.
today.
Cross, 5. All right.
We're happy to go late if you'd like.
I'll ask them. Yeah, I don't
Yes,
mind.
please.
Yeah.
Let's go late. We want the priors today for sure.
Enjoy the break.
I think the defense, the cross of the DNA expert, really threw this off a little bit. That was painful to get through. Anyway, I lost where I was. I think we know that this bleeding was not from the defendant here because there wasn't a large amount of bleeding along the trail, the path, all the way back to where they found him. There was a lot of blood where he was located, but I think that's where he inflicted the wound himself. And because of that, I think that all the blood we're seeing, the splatters, that's from the victim, not the defendant. Let's see. Joellen says, while watching this, I've been working on our Sunday service for YouTube, doing subtitles for the hymn, kept me grounded through all this. One more hymn to go. Hey, that's hard work. Are you typing them manually? There's some tools out there that make that a little bit easier. A lot of them cost a little bit of money, Joellen, just for graphic overlays. But if you're doing it one frame at a time, it's hard to. It's a lot of work to build them, and it's a lot of work to play them because you have to flip them manually as well. But okay, we got a lot of people talking here. Let's see what we got. Hands and knees or prone with her head tilted up. Right. Basically, she was on the ground. Let's see. It is time to stand up and stretch. Yes, do that. I need to. My neck's getting a little stiff. Let's see. It's because I'm sitting here the whole time with my head cranked to read chat. I need to change my setup. Not sure how to do that. I've got limited desk space here, but straight ahead, I've got my camera. That's how I see you guys. And then just barely to my right and behind the camera, I've got my screen that shows me everything I'm watching, all the different feeds we're following, the still images, graphics, the previews, the live, my status of the live stream, all that. So that's important. But then chat is right here to my left. And then I've got my live stream monitor here, audio. I need everything where it is, but I need to figure out what to do with my neck. Let's see. I did it again. Toxic Orchid said he was probably standing above her and pulled her head upward so he could slash her throat. Very, very likely. Ashley, they said they're going to talk to the jury about going late. We've got about half an hour more of direct on this blood splatter analysis. I don't know how hard the defense is going to dig into this. I don't think they're going to say that's not how she died. Their thing is that he didn't do it, right? So I don't think they're really going to protest all this evidence, although there'll be something. I really want to see the scars on his neck. See if they're superficial. That's probably why he's hiding them. I think the major scars were on the other side of his neck, or the bigger one. I do not know if he's right or left-handed. We'll have to keep an eye for when he scribbles notes on his notepad. I think he's right-handed, but there was the left side that was cut. I don't know. Let's see. I don't think Pryor's going to take very long. Patricia, I think you're right because the judge wants a very limited testimony there. He's worried about it being overturned on appeal in this area. It's already an issue that the defense has said they are going to appeal if convicted because of. So he'll be very strict on what he allows in. But trust me, enough will get in. The jury will clearly understand that he stabbed his former girlfriend. You think he's going to challenge everything on this blood splatter? I mean, this is like science. That's why I think they're not going to. It's not just like, I mean, DNA was science as well, but it's not just science. It's like physical science. It's anyone who's played with a water balloon or the hose in the garden, or played with the water in the sink with the dishwater or something, or even just shake their hands in the bathroom after you wash your hands when you're looking for the towel. These are things you learn. The splatter and where water goes and how it. What it does. These are things that all of us sort of accept on a deeper level than maybe DNA, which can be a little confusing to people because it's not so visibly, not so readily visible. So Brooks is tomorrow. So yes, the jury has to go late today. Keep going, guys. We've got Brooks tomorrow. We can't have the overlap. I think this woman's going to rock cross-examination. I think she's excited for it. She's looking forward to it. Was there blood in the room that he kicked in? AJ, I haven't heard of any blood inside the house or any significant amount of blood inside the house. I think all of it pretty much started outside. Let's see. He's going to try to mansplain her job to her. I wonder if it's going to be the same attorney that questions her, or if the other lady will. They should have swabbed his wounds to find out if her blood was in them. It would show him stabbing himself after, not her stabbing him. I think they did swab him and got a mix. I think, if I remember correctly from the DNA, the blood that he had both on it, had both present. That letter, I read the letter from Sarah Boone to the judge, and she picked up right where she left off with her last letter that she sent to her lawyer and copied the judge on. She's like, hey, still no contact. And she's got more dates. She's got more information. She's like, hey, she almost says I need to represent myself in there. And she might be pulling the Brooks, but we'll see. She said, hey, I want to be present for everything. I haven't told the lawyer to go ahead and do anything. He doesn't talk to me. So we might have lawyer number 7 helping her out. She's running out of public defenders, really. Pictures of his injuries in the case file. You posted them. Toxic work. Okay, well, we can take a look at that. I know they didn't show them on the live stream, but they're being selective about what they show on the live stream. Patricia says they're running the clock. Maybe they'd like everyone to be watching Darrell Brooks instead of his trial. AJ says, my tailbone is killing me. I fell on rollerblades on Tuesday. Ow, I've got to sit hours in a plane tomorrow. Darn it, I'd love planes. You've got to get one of those little donuts, little inflatable donuts. That's the only thing that works if you hurt your tailbone. Sorry, it's embarrassing. It looks like you're sitting on a little toilet seat, but it saves you a world of pain. Okay. Maybe change my seating. I could change it up a little bit. I probably need a bigger desk. I have too many things on it, right? Maybe if I had like another layer of, we'll work on it. We'll get something. I'll get it shifted. I think if I just move chat just a little bit to the right, maybe about a foot or so, it'll help with me looking like I'm looking at the camera instead of off the screen. But we'll work on that for the next one. See, right-handed, he'd be going from left to right, I think. And remember, this is the knife, right? We've got one of these hooked knives. Let me switch to our... This is the knife that they say they think he used, or at least they've suggested he used. So this cutting, it can do damage. You don't have to do a lot of homework to envision that. Whoa, the number in chat just went up. Yeah, we've got some people here. Feel free to drop a line if you got something that's on your mind or you have a question. We have some really smart people in chat and some experts actually as well that can step in and help out. The Boone letter, please. Do we have time? Do you want me to read it? I'm not sure if I can post it. Let's see. Got it from Matthew. Just checking my email here. Okay, how can I get this to where I need it? I'm sending it to my laptop. Got it. We'll open this and put this on another screen. Just 1 minute here. We'll have this for you. Why won't it go to my other screen? Come on. My other screen is not participating. Give me just a second here. If we can get the Boone letter working, that will be great. Let me get rid of this guy. That's why. Not sure why I've got all these things open. Oh, I've got police chases open all over the place. Okay. We'll get those back later. Now we'll go for the Boone letter. Life is hard, you know that? This is difficult stuff. Okay, we'll make it as big as we can because I know you guys want to read it as well. Okay. Here we go. This is the Boone letter. I'm going to clear off the chat here and we'll read it together. It says, this is to Judge Wayne C. Wooten regarding the case number for Sarah Boone. So this is the Sarah Boone letter to the judge. Honorable Judge Wooten. My son just literally walked in front of me and he's holding up rocks for me to look at. Not rocks, pecans. Okay, we've got something. I need to read this right now. Can I look at these later? We have pecans.
I gave you them for you to eat.
Oh, thank you.
They're not pecans. They're
Nuts. Okay, I need to read this. Okay.
give us a button.
All right, it says, Honorable Judge Wooten, forgive me in advance for having to utilize your invaluable time to ask the current progress of my case, but after not having any communication with my attorney appointed by you now after 11 weeks and counting, after sending 4 letters to my attorney appointed by you with no response, and after finally finding an outside resource to inform me of the uneventful, confusing filed documents online by my attorney appointed by you, I am still waiting with a perpetual question mark over my head. That was a long sentence. No letters, no visits, no face-to-face visits, no answered phone calls from my attorney or even a response from you, Your Honor, regarding one of my letters expressing my legitimate concern of what's going on in my case. And where's my attorney? It has now been over 4 months since being appointed another attorney, number 6, and not by my decision, influence, or choice, and almost 3 of the 4 months not hearing from the said attorney. And she gives the date 8/22/22, last correspondence. Why? What is the reason? Why haven't I received a letter, even a 15-minute video update, anything? Even after my pretrial conference, or PTC, on 10/25 is what truly confuses me, and nonetheless upsets me the fact that I was not in attendance, so I could know what's going on in my case. Lots of caps there. Especially considered that I have not heard from my attorney in 11 weeks and should have been included. Why was I not? This is my case. Whoops, where did it go? This is my case. Oh, let's see where I lost it here. Went back one. This is my case. This was Mr. Bankovitz even there to represent me? I don't know anything still. Now we go on to number 2, the back side of the letter. The problem is that my constitutional rights are incorrectly being waived, like this waived. Someone's waving her constitutional rights in the air without my knowledge or permission. I never signed anything nor verbalized the idea I wish to waive my appearances to any of my court dates. I want to be present for all dates, all underlines and caps. So I think she means that. Going forward, please, regardless of the significance, all are significant to me since my attorney fails to relay any information in any way. If he's not going to, then I must myself and for myself. See, she almost said she was going to defend herself. As always, my entire life. So apparently this is the story of her life. What else can I do? What else? I need to turn my picture off so I can read here. Let's see. There we go. What else can I do? Who else can I seek help from? I have you and God, Judge Wooten. If I do have an attorney, where is he? There's so much to do all over in my case. Hopefully the right way this time. Off to a rocky start where I wonder how more extended my time will be on top of the almost soon to be 36 months, 3 years. She did the math on that one already. Is this how the justice system really works? Am I being penalized for wanting to be fully involved in everything in my case and intelligent enough to know how my case is being handled is unjust from my point of view? Disastrous considering I'm still here sitting in Orange County Jail, counting the days and praying my 6th attorney contacts me. We can move forward, finally coming to an end. Before he contacts me, and we can move forward, finally coming to an end to this seemingly endless debacle. You would think, considering the circus show my entire case is being made out to be, with all the hype, sensationalism, and publicity. I even received the letter all the way from across the pond, England, the other day. Oh, congratulations. It would be being handled more professional, better. I learned something new every day about facts, events, and outcomes in my case from all the inmates and officers as well. I wondered if they know where my attorney is. Bottom line, please understand, I don't want to be here any longer. Hey, can I get out now? Because I'm not having fun. I don't want to be here any longer. I don't want to be... I don't want to be hindered any longer in getting something. As always, I thank you for your time. Did I lose a page? Let's see here. Oh, yeah. I'm missing a page there. Let's see here. I don't want to be hindered any longer in getting just to... Man, this is a pain. Just to the starting line again. I don't want to be suppressed in being heard, finally, truthfully, and correctly. So, Judge Wooten, when will I hear from my attorney? Or you, please, just with some type of response other than a copy of my letters I keep getting, which I already have. Daryl Brooks would have been, happy with that. Just getting the original copies back. She's like, I already have copies. In the meantime, it is my understanding the following documents have been filed in my case since the appointment of Frank Bankowitz, my attorney, MIA, missing in action. 7/11, appointed. 7/12, PTC order. 8/29, pretrial canceled. 9/23, notice of unavailability for the state. 10/7, correspondence, my letter to Bankowitz. 10/12, correspondence to defendant, copy of my letter. 10/24, notice of appearance for what? Had 3 years ago, not guilty plea already filed. Waiver of appearance, never signed or agreed to. Compensation for what? What's been done? And 10/25, substituting conflict counsel. Who is my attorney? 10/25, PTC, and trial set for 1:30. That's it. That's almost 4 months I've been a client of Mr. Bankowitz. This is the only progress. What's next? Where are my copies of everything filed ever? I want the original timestamp copies. Yeah. This is one way I can have some idea of what's happening. And please remember, I have no access to a computer nor any reliable outside resource to check anything for me. Please mail copies. I am trying to come up with any solution possible to keep me, the other party in my case, informed and updated. Who's the other party? Oh, she is the other party. This also is part of the court's responsibility. I would especially think, knowing I have not heard from my attorney in any way. I can't read what it says right there. In any way for 11 weeks. I want to be included. I think that's it. She just ends here with, as always, I thank you for your time and understand. Please help however you're able. I am not helpless. I am ready to get this show on the road and to hear from someone other than myself asking the same question over and over and over. What's going on in my case, or how many more pens will I exhaust asking? Grateful and patiently waiting. I await your response. Sincerely, Sarah Boone. Hugs and kisses. Love, love, love. That's her address if you want to mail her. So that is the Sarah Boone email that Matthew, our lawyer, and a few of you have mentioned. But that's the letter to the judge. We know that the attorney has already had some issues, like in the past. We're talking issues as far as he got sanctioned for not responding to his client as he should be, not being responsive to that. Oops, there I am. Okay. So that's an issue. So we know that he's got that on his record already, and now apparently he's not talking to her still. If this gets changed, if we get a new public defender, number 7, there's no way he's going to be ready to go on January 30th. I just can't see that. Patty, you missed it. We read the letter. We read Sarah Boone's letter. I'll have to do it again, maybe on a morning live stream. Maybe we'll do it Wednesday morning, I think, if you remind me, because we'll have a little bit of a delay as we wait for the Boone case there. But let's see. Bella says, okay, I'll send her a note. Somebody from across the pond, send her a note and just tell her what's going on. Because apparently she's only getting information from other inmates, from guards, and from letters from England. So she clearly needs more letters from England. Abby, if you could get on that, that would be great. And thank you, Abby, for your great job as a moderator. I see you catching some of these messages. Because we're getting some of those spam messages, I'm going to change the slow chat just to limit it a little bit, but we'll keep it down to, I think, 15-second delay. Put slow mode on, and that seems to at least minimize how much that pops up on the screen. Anyway, thank you for catching that while I was reading. She did number the pages for us, Ginger. That was really good. She does want out. She's not having fun anymore. She doesn't want to be there anymore. 3 years, she's decided that the criminal life is not for her. So I'm glad she's come around. She is a very entitled prisoner. And if the judge responds, and if anywhere in his response he says something about not intentionally, I'm just going to go ahead and ship him one of my mugs for free, because that would be hilarious. Okay, Terry, no problem. Glad we can greet. Thanks for you guys for letting me know there was a new letter. I hadn't seen that pop up. What's going on in my case? What was going on in the suitcase? Only she knows. You've made it when the naughty bots come flooding in. Yeah, apparently, somebody let them in. They didn't close the door behind them when they came in. So please, you weren't raised in a barn. Let's close the door after you. Let's see. By the time this gets to trial, it'll be timed server at this rate. Yeah, it's taking forever, and really that's a case I really want to get into. Mostly because of her defense, the non-intentional thing. The judge should respond, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Who is Letitia? 2 cents. What's AJ Sarah? Let's see. Okay. Well, okay. We caught up with chat, and we're still waiting. Actually, the judge has just walked into the screen here. Let me just make sure. Yep, he hasn't turned on the mics yet. He's talking about the lights, chatting, waiting for the jury to sit down. It's just being friendly. If you do have a comment, if you have a question, a suggestion, artwork, a picture of whatever you had for lunch, if it was fantastic and you feel you need to share it with everyone, please go ahead and utilize that burner phone number, 801-513-1160. That will reach me. It will go straight to voicemail, but we'd love to share your information. If we don't do it here, we'll probably do it on Saturday on our uplifting recovery live stream. Recovery weekend, I think we were going to call it. But so go ahead and said something
Jury
there.
is present
so we
and
can
seated.
share.
Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Everyone looks refreshed. I hope that the break was long enough. Let me ask you, though, as I normally do after breaks, did anybody discuss anything about the case amongst yourselves or with anyone
Jury's
else?
like, yeah, we decided he's guilty.
No hands, let the record reflect. And was anybody exposed to anything about the case outside of the courtroom? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. We're going to pick up where we left off. Mr. Diaz, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Cox, when we left off, we were looking at stage 41L, this unique-looking arch pattern on the wall. In all the other pictures that you saw and all the other evidence that you're aware of having reviewed the case, do you see any other place, are there any other projection patterns anywhere that leads you to think there's arterial spray any place other than this picture?
No.
So now I want to draw your attention to marker S. Here's State's Exhibit 41I. And again, there's a ruler. The 3-foot mark is right here. So this looks like it's within 3 feet, but there's no projection pattern. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what do you notice about this that's of interest?
What was of interest regarding this particular pattern is it is a saturation pattern to the ground. And while there was saturation to the ground also under the projection pattern, there were also a couple of passive drip stains that were around the saturation under photo marker R. I didn't see any of that over here at S. So this had, and I don't see any satellite spatter around this particular stain either. So first of all, when I identified it as a saturation pattern, that just means that the individual who was bleeding in this area, they were allowed to bleed there for a period of time, and it's most consistent with them being in very close proximity to the ground or laying on the ground, because I don't have any of the bouncing satellite spatter, and I didn't have any projection patterns on the wall.
All right. And now I want to turn to marker T as depicted in states 41F.
Thanks, Julia.
What are we looking at here?
I'll take that as a compliment.
That is a large saturation pattern, and actually some of the saturation has begun to follow the topography of the ground, and it has started to travel to different areas based on the topography of the ground, the different structures of the ground. So, and this area, some of the blood looks like it may have begun to coagulate or to clot a little bit. So, and what was interesting of that is that was in proximity to where Miss Baker was documented in the scene photographs where she was documented. And so that was just confirmation that once she came to that location, she was in that area until she was documented.
This is the area where she would have ultimately have come to rest.
Correct.
Even before the neighbor found her,
That's where she bled
with-
out, right? Yeah.
This is the final place that she was at.
Yes, that is consistent with all the other evidence that I reviewed in this particular case. I have no reason to believe that once she went to that area, she went anywhere else.
All right, I want to talk with you about States Exhibit 41D, and then a further close-in shot, 41E. What, if anything, did you notice about this?
This is an area of unique staining, and I actually spent a lot of time looking at the photographs of these particular stains and patterns. And I came to the conclusion, based off of all the other scene-specific variables and what the other stains and patterns were telling me as I was looking, this is consistent in appearance with what I consider to be cast-off. I originally was trying to consider whether it was passive drip staining as opposed to cast-off, which required me to look at the ground below it to see if there was any other subsequent stains like saturation that would allow me to differentiate that that was passive. I didn't see any of that. So I thought, well, based on the fact that I know she's in area R at a point and then she's in area T, I felt, I believe, based on the scene-specific variables and information, that that is most likely cast off from her moving to that final resting position, her abrupt movement to that resting position. And I also cannot exclude when she was rolled over. So I also was aware of that via the 911 call. So all of those taken into consideration
Where is this
allow
point
me to identify that as
in
cast
relation
off.
to where the
But in your
The
opinion,
scene
having
was
reviewed all of these
where
different
her body
photos that
was.
we're looking at, marker R, which you know to be Kay Baker's. Kay Baker's have been identified as the person whose blood that is.
Yes.
Then moving to marker S, moving to marker T, and ultimately the cast-off, which is marker DD, which is again indicating, DNA is indicating is Kay Baker's blood. Does all of this suggest to you that there was an ongoing struggle there in the yard of some kind?
There was there was movement between R and T, and the proximity of the stains in relationship to each other and their overall appearance, as well as the information provided to me, not only in the photographs that I saw of Miss Baker, but of the medical documentation through the medical examiner's report that would indicate movement of Miss Baker.
All right, and I'm going to put up States Exhibit 65B, or 64B, sorry, and zoom in for a second. Again, we looked at R, S, T, and DD. Did you also look at pictures related to BB and AA?
I did.
All right, so let's look at those pictures a second.
you need to see that
And
chart
did you see
zoomed out
the
again.
FDLE analysts who ultimately concluded that that was a mixture of blood?
Yes, I did review that report.
All right, so here's States Exhibit 41T, and I'll zoom in just so people can orient them. BB is to the left, AA is to the right. And then I'm going to show Here's 41U, 41V, and ultimately 41W, which is related to BB per the marker. What can you tell us about this?
I identified and interpreted those stains to be cast-off stains as well, and they look visually different than the cast-off stains that were documented in Area DD on the front porch, and that is because the abrupt movement of the bloodied item is different. So that's another thing that I have to take in consideration. And the reason I can tell that the movement is different is because the stains or on the front porch were larger in size.
If
They
they're
also
next, Golden, I think we will.
directionality
I
that
think
was
this.
heading,
I think we'll
like,
get there.
was towards the porch, towards the road. And the reason that they were larger is because the item that distributed those did not have a lot of momentum. Because the more momentum or the more force that you introduce that breaks the natural laws of physics and it's no longer a passive stain, the introduction of that force, as the force gets greater, the stains get smaller. So that is how I can determine that these stains appear in not only their distribution, their elongated size, as well as their relationship to each other. This is indicative of an item that has momentum that is moving towards the backyards. So these cast-offs are completely different incidents.
So I'm going to put the picture, put 64B back up again. Are you saying that based on the markings of BB and AA, they indicate to you that they were created by a person moving away, if the road was over here, they're moving away from the road towards the backyard?
Yes, the item that is contaminated with the mixture of blood at BB the directionality is toward the backyard.
Okay, and you're aware that BB is indicated as being Kay Baker and Matthew Terry in the mixture?
Yes.
Does this indicate to you that Mr. Terry then had to be somewhere in that vicinity, or his blood at least had to be somewhere in that vicinity to get into the mixture and then get cast off onto the wall?
Yes, so
I've seen
bloodletting
some.
had to have already occurred for Mr. Terry.
I want to next talk about, as we look at states 54B.
Pauline, I really don't think cross is going to be too intensive
There
on
are a
this.
variety of things that are, and again, this is your diagram. Is this to scale?
I could be wrong.
Okay, so this
I've been
is not
wrong
to
many
scale,
times
but
before.
There's a variety of markers moving up here, Z, Y, X, so on and so forth, getting all the way to U. Do you remember looking at marker U in the pictures?
I do.
Here's states 42S. What did you note about this?
The first thing that I noted is that it is a transfer stain. So
think it's a
an item
handprint.
contaminated with wet blood came into contact with the north side, or the side of the fence that is close to the roadway. It's kind of on the corner. And so the actual residences would be towards the back of the photograph. So the first thing that I noticed was that there's a transfer stain there. There's also a transfer stain adjacent to it on the actual edge of the fence, and then there's another transfer stain down on the bottom. So those in proximity to each other indicates to me that an individual or item contaminated with wet blood, possibly on multiple areas, had contact with that fence, or if it's just one area that's contaminated, it had multiple contacts. So either some individual or item has blood on multiple areas, or one area is having
If he
multiple
ran
contacts
and
with that portion
slipped,
of the fence.
This
You know
might
what
be
ridge
getting up.
detail is?
I do.
What is ridge detail?
Ridge detail is the skin on your fingertips and your feet, which allows you to grip things. It gives you a bit of a texture on there. And ridge detail, a lot of people call them fingerprints, but ridge detail is what we use in the discipline of forensic science. So ridge detail would be the different ridges and bifurcations and things that could possibly allow you to be identified if there was comparable detail.
Were you able to see anything in this picture that was ridge detail?
I did not physically see ridge detail, no.
All right. The fact that you cannot see ridge detail, does that mean this cannot be effectively a handprint on a fence?
No, actually, it has characteristics consistent with a handprint, so I would not exclude a handprint.
Like, for example, this could be one finger, another finger, another finger, and another finger, 4 fingers on a fence.
Yes, and the way that I would describe this is it's linear patterns separated by relatively evenly spaced voids, and it does have attributes that is possibly consistent with a hand. I can't exclude a hand.
And are you aware that DNA analysis said that this was a mixture that had Kay Baker and Matthew Terry included as contributors to this 2-person mixture?
Yes.
So if this was a hand that had both the defendant and the victim's blood on the hand, and it was placed on this fence for some reason, is there anything about this that is inconsistent with that theory?
That the hand had a mixture? No, that's consistent.
Well, I mean, that's according to the DNA, which you're not here to testify to, but assuming that's what the DNA said, assuming there was a bloody hand,
She's a little over-eager
the
there.
picture that we're talking about, is this consistent with potentially a hand being placed on a fence?
Yes, it cannot be excluded.
That doesn't have the confidence that I think
want
you
to
wanted
talk
to
to you
hear.
about
It cannot be
the
excluded.
fence line in general. I'm not going to do every single photo of the fence line, but we can see it going up one direction towards the bushes in A, and then looking back the other direction towards where the victim would have come to rest in picture L. There are a series of stains along this fence and one on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
From those stains, can you tell anything about directionality? Can you say that they were created by a person, for example, running towards the bushes, or created by a person, for example, running?
The stains and patterns exhibited different characteristics. So the only stains and patterns that potentially had any type of indication of directionality, there was one area of a relatively large amount of stains, but I cannot identify whether the item that touched it, whether it was going down, going back, or both.
So going back to States 64B, is there anything about any of the blood there along, because you already told us a directionality for A and B, so for these other ones, Z, Y, X, all the way through U, including the P that's the ground marker, is there anything about those markers that rule out the possibility that a person could have, for example, moved one direction and then decided to double back?
I can't exclude that. I have no definitive information to exclude that.
All right, so now we're going to look at markers that start moving across 6209 towards 6207.
Come on, man. We've got to get to
Give me 1
prayers
second to
today.
grab all those. So, for example, here is States Exhibit 43C. We can see O and N, and if I zoom in, you can see M and J. You looked at all these markers, correct?
I did.
Can you tell us anything about these? Are these a trail?
I did not identify that as a blood trail, no.
Okay. And so I want to differentiate again for the jury to understand. I think for the average person, we think of a trail, like a trail of breadcrumbs, right? Like there's one here, and if I go a little bit further, there's one there, and if there's another one a little further, I call that a trail as sort of an everyday common person, like sort of like connect the dots. But do you use the word blood trail differently?
Yes, by definition, the blood trail is for passive drip stains. We use that terminology when we're defining a trail.
Emma, this is out of Florida.
From one point to another
We're in
with
the,
passive drip staining.
what is it,
And
13th
one of the
Circuit Court
characteristics that we look
in
at
Tampa
when we
area?
identify that is we're looking for continuity to the stains. So, for example, we're looking that the stains are relatively the same size, they're relatively the same shape, they appear to be deposited by by an action that was continuous, as opposed to a disjointed type of stain and pattern, and those characteristics were not evident because I did look at the close-ups of all of these photo markers, and there was nothing distinct to me that I identified as a trail, like I did in other areas of this scene.
So, going back again for a second to state 64B, because they're laid out in a alphabetical fashion, is that suggesting that that's the order in which they were created?
I did not interpret it that way, and that is where, having been a crime scene investigator and having had the experience of working scenes, especially when you're one of the first people there to document the scene, I did not interpret that as to why those markers were placed in those particular places.
All right, so whatever sequence the letters are in, even if they're alphabetical, that does not necessarily mean that that's the sequence the blood is deposited on the ground?
That's not how I interpreted it, no.
I mean, for example, M, N, and O, can you tell a directionality of movement?
I cannot.
So it's
Yes, he
equally
did.
possible that a person, if
He
he
stabbed
were
himself in the neck.
sequential, if they were, it could be a person going M, N, O, or it could be a person going O, N, M, correct?
Correct.
Or it could be a person going O to M, back to N, and then moving towards J, for example.
Correct.
I want to talk with you
Who loves
about
the attention?
States
What are we talking about?
43J,
She's a star, 71 years old.
specifically
Who's
this
this?
marker, green J. And let me find a close-up shot of that particular marker. What do you
Oh,
see
Riley.
here in states
Okay.
43O as it relates to the green J? And I'll
Hi, Riley.
because it's so zoomed in, I'll back up a second. Here's states 43N and then 43O. What can you tell us about this?
The some of the blood stains that were in the backyards, I was not able to specifically identify a particular type of stain based on its characteristics, and that was because of the dynamics of this particular scene. However, for photo marker J, I did identify it as a small pool of blood, and then a small area of saturation to a petal. So that was indicative of a blood source bleeding in that area, such that the deposition was had enough blood volume that it caused the blood to actually pool onto the leaf and then actually saturate a leaf. So that's what those particular stains indicated to me.
You think he's sitting there going, I shouldn't have done that. Why did I touch that fence? Is that what's
Yes.
going through his
See
head?
if I turn that off, if that helps at all. The actual mark is here in this area, sort of the dead center of the photo, correct?
Well, the scale. And
She's sitting in the
based
hallway
on
just
the
waiting.
experience
I think
of,
she's really
or
anxious to
Using
testify.
scales and having used this scale, it's a representative sampling that is being documented. So I was also looking at distance photographs, the mid-range, and then the close-ups, because you can see that the stain's not continuous. There's one stain to the left, one stain to the right, which is.
Understand. What
yes.
I want to get out is you call this a pool, but according to this is measured in centimeters, correct?
Yes.
This is not feet of blood.
No. So pooling is just the characteristic of it, the fact that the blood had pooled together into one area and it hadn't saturated down, and it was larger than a traditional drip train.
Was he drunk at the time? Did we get his
Are you aware
his
that the FDLE analysis
medical
suggested
report on
that
his
this
blood
was a single source
content?
contributor from Mr.
Blood
Terry?
alcohol content?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, so again, Mr. Terry's blood somehow has to be getting onto the ground there at marker J. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell from that whether that's coming from a cut in his neck, a cut on his hand, a bloody nose, whatever the case may be?
I can't tell.
But something that's producing the blood of Mr. Terry is then allowing it to spill onto the
Oh,
ground.
right.
Is that
Medical
correct?
blood
That's correct.
versus lawful blood or something else. Right. So he was drunk. He may not remember any of
I want
this,
to now move over to
which is convenient.
the next batch of photos as we get to, as depicted here in state 64A, this cluster over here, the sort of A, B, C, through I and J there. Now, these appear to be
No, I
much
think
more
100% they're gonna bring him in.
clustered then,
bring
for
her in.
example,
There's
N,
no
O,
chance that they
N,
don't go
L,
that way.
those
The
things
judge has
are
already
based on
allowed
my
it.
Comparison. I know
And
this is
it's-
not to scale, but
it's
did you
very,
observe
very,
in these pictures that there is a greater
enlightening for
concentration
the
or
jury.
clustering of blood droplets here?
Yes.
And what does that indicate to you?
That indicates that a person, an individual was bleeding, was moving around this area to multiple locations, and it
was
was
looking for a place to
confined
hide.
to the area around the jungle gym because there were many stains on the side of the jungle gym that is facing the photo markers.
And let me just show the jury that for a second. Here states 44C. Is this what you're talking about in the fact that there are multiple places or multiple stains on the jungle gym?
Yes, and the interesting thing that allows me to identify that as an individual who's bleeding is because of the stains also on the jungle gym. A lot of them were passive drip stains, and a lot of them were dripped not only on the actual metal bars, but also on the base of the frame, which indicates, based on where the scales are, as you can see in these photographs, that means that if it's a passive drip stain, that blood source has to be above that area. So this is not an individual that's, at least over by the jungle gym, crawling around. This blood source where the
There's no
different
evidence
scales
that he
are is
climbed
above
on the
those
jungle gym,
areas,
right?
and it's dripping down. And then as you get progressively closer to that fence line,
This is their backyard or
and
their
then
neighbors? I think the
progressively
two
closer to the
lots are
foliage,
shared.
you're
Like
starting
there's
to
no
see
fence
a
between them, is
larger
my understanding.
volume of blood, and I'm starting to see drip trails.
Is this 44A?
Yes,
All right, so now you're actually calling something a drip trail.
yes.
All right, and so tell us where you're seeing that and what that means to you.
Photo markers A and photo marker B, those photo markers don't just represent one single stain. There's actually multiple stains, especially in photo marker A and B, that are spaced out, and they're like saturation patterns, and then you can actually see a drip trail almost connect them.
All right, and we're looking at states 44A, and there's
So
actually
this is
two
where he
A's
may have
here.
stabbed himself
so
in the
let me
neck.
clarify, when you say A to B, do you mean green A or red A?
Green A.
So you're talking from here at the far left of this picture over here to the marker B, you're seeing drip trails.
Correct.
All of the blood that you're seeing here at these various locations, all of these different markers, A, B, C, all the green ones at least, is this consistent with a person who is lingering in the area for some period of time? And I don't mean like hours, but I mean at least a few seconds or minutes?
That is consistent, yes.
I wouldn't call seconds lingering. That might be passing through.
All right. So now I want to turn to that red marker A.
Hey, Golden Mom, we're going to have to send you back to take more photographs of the backyard. What are the defense attorneys doing here? What's he whispering to them?
So now as we start looking at these red markers, A, B, C, D, E moving through the bushes, what do you notice about them that is of interest?
That there are blood stains and patterns that is on leaves on the ground at red A, and then there are blood stains and that are on the foliage at photo markers B through E. So that indicates an individual with blood on their person and or a bleeding injury is in that foliage.
And so I want to show you a group of photos here from State's Exhibit number 51. Here's 51D, and then E, F, G, and then H. This is all area A, correct?
Yes,
There's actually a couple different spots there where there appears to be blood, correct?
correct.
And you're aware that this was one of the areas that was submitted for analysis and came back to Mr. Terry as the sole contributor, correct?
Yes,
The single source as it was.
yes.
Okay, guys.
These dots or drops.
I didn't want to go here, but we're going to have to ask this question.
51E
If
don't appear
we don't get to priors today,
That
We've got
either the
DB
source of blood
and
was
prior
out of
tomorrow
the
then.
area for an extended
But
period
I
of
still think we're
time,
going to get at least one of the
or
prior
there wasn't sufficient
witnesses
blood
today.
to,
I think she's next.
cause more staining.
Either the person was moving through the area pretty quickly or they weren't moving.
What do we do then tomorrow? Do you want me to do like 2 box and have both audio going, so we can hear both? It'll be a mess. It's super confusing, and it doesn't do justice to either one.
Moving through the bushes, or are you seeing large concentrations of blood moving through the bushes?
I didn't see the large concentration of blood that I did by the jungle gym area. There were some leaves and some stems that
Lori,
did
DB
have
is tomorrow morning,
blood
and then
deposition
Wednesday
on their
afternoon.
entirety, but I didn't see any large areas like I did by the jungle gym.
Toxic, I think you're behind on the stream a little bit,
Now, I want to ask you about your diagram here.
like 10 minutes or
So
so.
it doesn't cause any confusion later. I'm going to show you 54 or 64A, and you created this, correct?
I did.
And it says that it's not to scale, but I want to talk with you just a
I
little
think this is the
briefly
general
here
consensus.
about this. sort
We
of
will cover
left
them
end of the
both,
picture.
for sure. We might have to do 3 streams tomorrow, but we'll cover them both. I might have to watch one of them after the fact,
Yes, it's a standardized.
but I think we're going to
computer,
prioritize
diagramming
DB.
program
We've
that
been
I
there
use.
too
All right,
much
and
to
so
leave him now.
If a person was looking at this picture, they might think to themselves, over here where A, B, C, D, and E is, it's pretty wide, the bush. Whereas over here by where U is, the bush looks pretty thin. Did you do this intentionally because the area by U is any less dense or less thick than the area over by A?
No.
Was the foliage there pretty uniform, running up and down Lithia Pine Crest?
Yes, and those areas to the left of the sketch, there was a lot of like foliage and bushes and scrub and all that. And then as you get a little bit further down, you still have the scrub and the bushes, but then you're also starting to see some trees.
I want to return for a moment to
Oh, man. He said half an hour,
the
and he's
victim
already over
herself.
that.
Did you have a chance to see the condition of the victim as she was at the scene?
Yes.
He is wrapping up.
What was your understanding of her position before the neighbor found her?
I listened to the 911 call, and my understanding from listening to the 911 call was that she had to be rolled in order for medical intervention for appropriate medical intervention to occur. And that was beneficial to me because one of the first things I looked at when I looked at the blood stain at T and then the location of her position, I actually said to myself before I listened or read any reports, I'm like, who moved her? So when I listened to the 911 call, that provided me that information.
Red Gorilla
More
DB is going to
specifically,
start
as
right
part
out of the gate.
information
It's
that was provided by the
be
neighbor,
fireworks
did you
from the
see
get-go, I
indication
think.
that she was left side up, right side down to the ground.
There was blood staining on her person that was consistent with her being on her right side with her left side up.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit number 1 for a moment. Do you notice anything of interest between the left side and the right side of Miss Baker's face?
This was one of the primary things that made me think who at least moved her head. And that is on her forehead, she has flow patterns that are traveling across her forehead, which is not consistent with the position that she's in. So that indicates to me that at some point her forehead is turned, and then as you look on the right side, the right temple area, you can see that there what we call a void of blood, which means that area was not available to receive blood as it was flowing down her forehead, which is consistent with that area being in contact with the ground. And then because she had a large amount of blood on the left side of her face.
So if the neighbor were to say that he found her on the ground with her head on the ground, the right side against the ground, and her left shoulder in the air, is the blood pattern as depicted on her face consistent with that?
Yes.
That would suggest that that was the position she was in when he found her and that she hadn't been moved before then. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to talk to you about Miss Baker's clothing. Did you have a chance ultimately to go and inspect the clothes that were taken from Miss Baker's body?
I did.
And those objects are here in evidence. I'm not going to pull them out because they're still biohazards, but I want to show you State's Exhibit 78D. Tell me
What do you think of
you're
Terry
looking
right
at.
there? Matthew Terry.
So there
Was that a look of
on her
disgust, or
legs, one of the things that I
it seemed disdain?
identified was I began to identify the types of stains and patterns that were visually on the pant legs. So I identified areas of saturation. I identified passive drip stains, some with satellite spatter. So I began my process with doing the basic identification of the stains and patterns. So, and I'm looking at them in relationship to each other. So I go and I identify the different stains and patterns, and then I start to look at their appearance in relationship to each other. So what was interesting to me was the location of the saturation stains on her pant legs. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, she doesn't have any corresponding stains on the upper portion of her jeans, like her waistband and her pocket areas. So as I go through and I'm analyzing and I'm interpreting these stains, what I'm trying to do is to see if I can determine the most probable way of those stains being deposited. And what allows me to do that is the location of them on her clothing, the overall appearance of them, their relationship to each other, as well as did any of the stains have what I consider to be directionality, and some of the passive drip stains did.
We're going to talk about directionality, but I just want to first, before we get to there, I want to draw your attention to the space of ground that runs between her legs. Did you notice anything about that?
Yes, I actually looked to see whether or not there were what we call reciprocating stains around her person. So one of the key areas that I really did focus in on was between her legs, because what I'm at this point trying to determine is it possible that those stains and patterns were deposited on her jeans when she's rolled over in that position, and I did not see any reciprocating saturation to the ground between her legs.
There's no blood on the ground here, correct?
Correct.
And she's moved, obviously, so is there any chance that now that you saw the pictures of the ground from all the other different angles of the pictures, do you see anything that looks like a little thin little V area that would have been between her legs where blood would have been deposited?
No, and I intentionally looked at all the photographs before she's removed and after she's removed because I wanted to make sure that I was cognizant that I was looking at all the photographs available to me.
Okay. So let's talk about the time that you had a chance to look at the pictures directly in evidence. And I'm going to turn now to State's Exhibit 65, A through M. Did you take this photo as depicted in 65A?
I did.
And then 65B,
Yes.
65C,
Yes.
and 65D.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to this one. 65A. Can you tell us about directionality? Because you started to talk about directionality and I cut you off.
What I was looking at directionality, the stains that were immediately brought to my attention are the passive drip stains that are basically in the groin area of her jeans. They have directionality that travels towards the inner seam and towards what would be like the interior area of the groin area. So that allowed me to determine that there was, the blood source was above the groin area and it was going slightly down towards the interior seam of the legs as well as the groin area. And the other thing that also allowed me to determine that the blood source was above the jeans was right there at the bottom right corner, there's passive drip stains, and then you've got your little satellite spatters that basically bounce outward uniformly around the stain.
This is just good
that
science.
That also tells me that the blood source was directly
I don't know how
above
they can
that
argue
area
with
of the
this.
pants because the blood bounced out uniformly around it. It didn't exaggerate down to one side or another side. So with this, with these stains, that's what I'm doing, is I'm taking each stain and I'm looking at it individually, then I'm looking at it in relationship to the other stains around it, and that's what is providing me the opportunity to get a little bit more specific with positioning or location of the blood source in relationship to when these stains.
Debbie, we don't know what his
All right,
defense
so
is
you
yet.
talked about a couple things there. You talked about the satellite. Is that like we see here where there's like these little fringes coming off and the dots expanding out from it?
Yes.
And then you talk about directionality. I'm going to turn the genes for a second. Is that like these here that are starting at the seam and go kind of downward?
Those, I called them smaller blood stains, but I cannot exclude that those are also satellite spatter from the large deposition of the large saturation stain. The directionality I'm talking about is the drip stains that are actually on the interior seam area of the pants. So that would be consistent with the blood being above those pants and going downward, as opposed to, for example, somebody, Miss Baker, standing up and the blood dripping down. It's not going to defy gravity and turn a corner to go down inside the seam of her leg. It's going to go down the front of her leg. So it's all of those factors that I'm taking into consideration.
So let me ask you a hypothetical. If Miss Baker was seated with her butt on the ground and her legs stretched out in front of her, so she's sort of like an L, you know, body up and then legs out, let's say, the blood could come out of her neck and fall onto her thigh. Would it then go in towards her inseam of her pants?
If she's leaned over, and that would also could possibly explain the lack of blood that is on the top portion of her pants, is if, because her injury, she had her face and her neck, if she's leaned over, that would then have deposited it away from her waistline and more towards her legs.
All right, so in that scenario where she's seated and bent like an L on the ground with her butt on the ground, she has to be leaning forward enough that the blood is basically falling directly onto her thigh and not, for example, on her chest or onto her waist.
Correct.
Okay, and we'll talk about the backside of the pants in a second. But as a different scenario, would this also be consistent with the notion of Kay Baker is instead, I'm not limber, so I'm not going to try it. Kay Baker is basically sitting on the back of her heels, that her legs are bent underneath her, and she's sitting on the back of her heels. And again, she's leaned forward a bit, the blood would fall onto her thigh and go towards her inseam area.
We don't know, Miss Chris.
I cannot exclude
Interesting
that.
question.
So we know that at marker R,
I'd love to hear the story from
she's gotta
him,
be somewhere low on the ground.
how this happened.
Either potentially on her back or just barely off the ground, maybe up on her hands and knees or even laying on her stomach. But then these indications indicate to you that at some point Miss Baker is now sort of up where her neck is above her thighs.
Yeah, the blood source that's depositing these stains and patterns is above the thigh area and being allowed to drip downward.
All right, so
I think we've covered this pretty
pretty
thoroughly.
Here is State's Exhibit E. I know that you're a blood pattern expert, but do you see any dirt or mud or anything on her back of her jeans that would suggest she was seated with her butt on the ground?
There was no debris that was consistent with the area that I saw around her person.
All right, you got to see these jeans in person, so I just want to ask you, did you see any area of the jeans that looked something like depicted here in
Okay.
States 48E,
Graphic pictures.
these
Sorry.
dirty feet?
I did see what I consider to be Florida sugar sand and debris on her knees.
On her knees, but as far as the backside of her.
No.
Again, with the sand on her knees and the blood the way it is deposited on the jeans on that thigh area, is that again potentially consistent with that notion that I put forward of she's sort of on her knees, seated on the back of her heels, and she's leaning forward a little bit as she's starting to bleed onto her thigh?
That is consistent.
I want to talk about Ms. Baker's shirt. You had a chance to look at that too, correct?
I did.
Here is States 65F. And I don't know what it is because I'm not a fashion expert, but this is like a tank top or a camisole or something?
Yes.
Okay, so it's obviously, it was cut originally, we know that from the medical records, it was cut by the first responders. Did you attempt to try and put it back to look like it roughly should?
I put it what would be consistent with its natural state prior to being cut, but I obviously have to be aware that it was.
All right, and this glaring light doesn't do me any favors, so let me see. Oh, that makes it worse. Let me see if I can get this to cooperate. It's a little hard to see there, but did you observe
This guy's going to be like 3 days
to the
wrapping
front
up
of
with this
this
witness.
I did.
And what can you tell us about the stains to the front of the shirt, just as it is right now, without doing any sort of special lighting or camera filters or anything?
I was immediately drawn to the fact that there's still sugar sand on the front right side of the shirt. So even though these pieces and my analysis is being done segmented, these are all pieces that are eventually coming together that I put together to formulate my interpretation of my analysis. So that was one of the things that I also had put on the back burner, saying, okay, consistent with her being on her right side at some point. So I looked at this shirt and I saw what appeared to be saturation to the right side of the shirt, and I saw some other areas of possible saturation to the shirt, but it's not easily seen because of the dark color of the shirt.
So is there something you can do to help make the light more conducive, or the circumstances more conducive to seeing the stains on the shirt?
Yes.
What can you do?
She's all excited. Yes.
There's
Her eyes light
actually
up.
excellent non-invasive piece of technology that I use. It's something called infrared documentation. And if the fabrics are very dark or very patterned, the infrared photography can be utilized to drop the dark background of the item if the composition of the material allows. What happens is the dark or patterned color actually drops. It can become like almost like a gray or almost like a light purplish color, and the blood stains will become more defined.
She is so excited
And
describing
then,
this.
We are able to do an analysis just like I was able to visually off of the jeans. So it makes the contrast a lot easier, and I'm able to then analyze and define the blood stains and patterns.
All right, and so looking here, it states 65G. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that is actually an infrared photograph that I took during my evidence review, and I do it in segments, and I put my identifier front left, front right, back front, or back left, back right, to help orient the photographs and the locations of bloodstains and patterns on the shirt.
So as we're looking at it right now, are we looking at the front left of the shirt?
Yes,
Basically here-ish.
correct.
Okay. So what do you notice about the front left of the shirt as depicted in states 65G? And if it helps you, we can also look at 65H, which is the continuation of the shirt. You just tell me what it is you want to look at, and I'll put it up here.
So what I was really interested in is the fact that there was heavy saturation to the right side of the shirt, but not to the left side of the shirt, yet a lot of her very extensive injuries were to the left side of her neck. So these are things that I'm going through in my mind, and I'm looking at, and I'm attempting to analyze, and I'm hoping that the evidence is allowing me to interpret when and how the bloodstains and patterns were distributed. The other thing I didn't notice was not only is there not a lot of heavy concentration of saturation, there's not a lot of drip stains either, which is just another indication that if Miss Baker was the one that deposited the stains on her pants, that she would have been leaned over. So these are all information that is starting. I equate it to a traffic cone. Like you have the base of the traffic cone, it's very wide, and then as you go up the traffic cone, it gets very narrow. So what I'm trying to do is get up to the top of my traffic cone so that I can be a little bit more precise with my findings.
All right, so here in states 65H, we're looking at still the left side, but a little bit further down. Again, you see any sort of drip stains or major deposits other than This discolored area here by where it says front?
Yeah, that's a small saturation stain, but that saturation stain is disconnected from the neckline of the shirt, and I don't see the saturation to the bottom left side either.
So you saw the majority of the discoloration or stains on the shirt to the right side of the shirt.
Correct.
Again, is this consistent with the notion of the person is to the right on the ground, the wound is on the left side, but gravity is taking it to the right?
Correct.
Do you also have a chance to look at the back side of the shirt?
Yes.
Here states 65I. This is still that same shirt, we're just now looking at the back, right?
Correct.
And again, it's hard to see, so did you attempt to use that same lighting trick to see what you could see?
I did.
So here is states 65J and also 65K. This is the back left side of the shirt, correct?
Yes.
Did you make note of the fact that Ms. Baker had an injury to the back of her neck, a sort of crooked wound to the back of her neck?
I did.
And so tell us how that and whatever it is you see on the shirt plays together.
When I did the evidence review and took these photographs and subsequently went back and looked at them in more detail in my office, I realized that those are consistent in appearance with passive drip stains. And so I identified them at the evidence review, which is why I put a scale in there to show relative size. So what I thought was interesting is there's passive drip stains on the back left side of the shirt, but not on the front. So at some point, a blood source is in very close proximity to the back of Miss Baker, and blood is dripping down her shirt. These are not consistent with being deposited while she's on her right side, because there, as you can see, the back left is actually along the seam line of the shirt, and they're not going sideways, they're going downward. So those are all things that I was attempting to capture with my infrared photography.
And again, you don't know exactly what wound is bleeding onto the back of Ms. Baker's shirt, but from the evidence, did you only notate one wound to the actual back of her neck?
Correct, that was per the medical examiner's report,
And
yes.
so if that's the wound that is bleeding on her back side that would then potentially drip onto the back of her shirt, would that wound have to have been higher in space than the shirt, where it can therefore drip down onto the shirt?
Yes,
So if she was standing upright as I am now, that would be an option, correct?
I could not exclude that, correct.
If she was seated on the ground with her butt on the ground and her legs out in front of her, that would be an option, correct?
Yes, the injury would have to be above her neckline.
Or if she was down on her knees, seated on the back of her heels, and at some point her head is pulled up enough that the wound is now able to get backwards instead of, leaning forward with gravity. Is that also a possibility?
Yes.
So that's the left side of the shirt. Let's talk about the right side of the shirt. Here is states 65L.
Man, we're going to have to
And
break for dinner if this guy keeps dragging it on.
M. And if you need me to change back and forth between pictures, please tell me. But tell us what you notice about this.
The back right shirt up near the top, near the neckline area and around the armpit area was saturated with blood. And you can see the heavy saturation. And then there are additional drip stains that are on the bottom right side of the shirt. And some of them exhibited directionality downward.
So again, there must have been some sort of source of blood that was spilling blood that was higher up on Ms. Baker's backside and is going down her shirt.
Yes.
Okay. So in an entirely hypothetical universe, if you had like a 7-foot-tall basketball player, he could be standing behind Ms. Baker bleeding from the front down the back of her shirt, right?
I could not exclude that.
So it's possible that this could be somebody else bleeding onto Ms. Baker's shirt. Is that correct?
As long as whatever blood is dripping down the back is above her neckline.
Okay. But given the directionality of the blood going down the back and not sort of across the back towards the ground, would this rule out the possibility that somebody was, for example, over Ms. Baker with a bleeding wound trying to render her aid, and their blood is spilling onto her shirt if she's laying on her side?
The blood staining, the passive drip stains in the back are not consistent. With the ones with directionality are not consistent with that.
Given the fact that we know that Ms. Baker is laying on her right side and her left side is up, I want to talk with you about states 65D. If I was to posit the theory that as Ms. Baker is laying on the ground, her right side on the ground, her left side is up, and a person comes over,
He might
is
show a
bleeding
picture here.
from the neck, and is trying to render aid to Ms. Baker, and the blood is spilling out of their neck, is that consistent with the genes?
I didn't see heavy there's no heavy saturation along the left seam area, which would be the side area, and there was no spilling, for lack of a better term, where that would be going down the leg. So that is not consistent, no.
Based on the directionality of the blood on the genes, then, that would be inconsistent with the notion of somebody being over Ms. Baker as she's laying on her side and they're just bleeding onto her.
That's a
correct?
possible theory that the defense
blood on
might
the
put
left side of
forward,
her,
that
this
he was
outer
trying to
seam area,
help
that is
her
not consistent.
after she was attacked, which would explain the mixture of blood. So they're shooting that
All
down.
right, so now I want to jump over to one second. I'm just putting this back in order.
The judge is going to be like, hey, you said half an hour ago. Why are there so many? Why is the ratio of women in the courtroom seem to be so much greater than the number of men?
Do you see where I put the long map? There it is. It's hiding behind the screen.
Has anyone seen my evidence?
Now I want to draw your attention to this area over here. What is markers G, H, so on, all the way to where it says RAD 1 through 3. Did you look at these photos?
I did.
Okay, so we know that we had A, B, C, D, E going through the bushes, and then we had this one F here alone. There were no evidence markers between F and G, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why?
I read in the reports that they had initiated a canine search.
All right, so since they used a canine and there's no markers, does that mean that we can be absolutely certain that there isn't blood between F and G?
No.
There could, in fact, be more blood between F and G. They just didn't take the time to look for it because they used the dog.
Correct.
All right, so let's look at the pictures of F and G and H. All right, so here's an overview. This is States Exhibit 66N, as in Nancy. There is a variety of blood, and again, this is laid out in a particular order, G, H, I, moving through the alphabet. But do you have any way of knowing which one of these came first or second or third?
No.
Hey, Debbie, that might be a
So
good
let's
question
look at
for
these
the
for a second.
Discord side.
The first one that pops up is G.
I'm sure we've got
Let me
it
find a
from
close-up
people
of
who
that.
watched or have the recordings of the
Here's states
the
G,
jury selection.
and that's an O. That's in 66O, and here's 66P. What are we seeing here?
There's transfer on that leaf, and then down towards the tip of the leaf, there's a little bit of blood that is pulled together.
Okay. This is blood basically contained on the size of a leaf, correct?
Yes.
This is not like feet and feet of blood.
Correct.
I think you're right because of the side they're sitting
So
on.
now I want to draw your attention
That's the same
to
side that I'm pretty sure his
States
parents were
Exhibit
sitting on
H.
too.
I'm going to work backwards for a second. Here's States Exhibit H, and this is in 66T. What are we seeing here?
Bella, he looks very different in his
In this
mugshot.
particular area, that is a relatively large saturation stain to the leaves and the ground in that area, and radiating outward around that saturation stain are multiple satellite spatter stains.
All right, and I want to ask you to look at the H here is to the right of the stain of blood, correct?
Yes.
So when we look at state 66S, over here, sort of northwestish of the H instead of directly west of the H, is that where we see 66U, which I don't know what the best way to try and see this is, but for example here on this leaf right there, does that appear consistent with blood?
Yes, there's multiple satellite spatter stains on all those leaves.
All right, so we've seen the drops of blood that went through the yard, like at J and like at A, and we've seen the pictures before of F, and we saw the picture at G. Is this something different than those other ones by size?
By size, overall appearance, and also there's drip trails.
And so, since you have a larger size, since you have a difference of appearance, and since you have drip trails, what, if anything, can you tell us about, for example, the stains that are around the area of marker H?
The the saturation to the area, it was a large area of saturation, but it was fairly confined. And the fact that there were so many satellite spatters around it, and it was uniformly around the saturation stain, and satellite actually went out pretty far in relationship to the original parent saturation stain. That in appearance and distribution and the stains' relationship to each other, as well as the very dense drip trails, is most consistent with an actively bleeding injury and a rapid distribution of blood.
All right, and so this is a wound that's bleeding quickly and bleeding a lot effectively?
Yes, and it's uninhibited, and that's one of the things that I'm also have to take in consideration is where injuries are on the person and what clothing, if any, the individual who possibly distributed the stains was wearing.
All right, and so if we were to go back to the diagram, states 65A. Is this whole area here relatively small drops or small stains of blood in comparison to the one that we saw depicted in the photos at H?
Yes.
So H is suddenly something different, is that correct?
Yes.
I next want to talk to you about
Emma, I think we're talking about, I
what's
think the
depicted here
victim
in state 66CC.
died right where near those big blood splatters were
Which
on
then
the house
moves
where he had
into
the spray of blood.
State 66DD.
I think all the other blood was left by him,
here towards
as he
state
had
66E.
a mixture of his blood and her blood dripping from him,
Various
and then
stains
pooling where he stabbed
connected.
himself
Are they
in the
different
trees.
Size or shape? Anything unusual about them?
The stains at J and K were drips trails, so I was able to, based on their relationship to each other, their relative size in relationship to each other, their proximity to each other, I felt comfortable identifying that as a drip trail. And those drip trails are in close proximity to the large area of saturation, which also has some satellite spatters around it, but nothing to the extent that we saw in the other saturation pattern.
Okay, but again, there's satellite spatter. Is this indicating a wound that is bleeding fairly quickly or a large amount?
Yes, it's not consistent with the source of blood remaining stationarily, for example, laying on the ground.
So not a person laying on the ground yet.
No, the source is slightly elevated from the ground, allowing the blood to come down and then make contact and bounce, both because of the possible rapid distribution as well as the texture and
Bellaby, I'm glad you came out of the shadows and
and
popped in here on chat. Hopefully you can get it on the Discord too.
All right.
Love
So
to have you
next
here.
I wanna show
Glad you
states
found it. This is a great community.
66 GG, just to orient us. There's this blue cooler in the picture. And then is this fence line the backyard or the edge of a yard of one of the homes along Kite Ridge?
Yes.
And then there's a series of red evidence markers moving there on the left-hand side of the photo. Are those the same evidence markers that are depicted here in states 66II?
Yes.
And so, for example, there's M, N, and an O there.
Yes.
Are those areas large pools of blood like we saw in H, or are they again like a trail or small droplets like we saw in many of the other pictures moving through the backyard of like 6209 and 6207?
The area at M was a transfer stain to a leaf, and then N and O were saturation stains and combination of transfer stains in the, to the ground, which is more consistent with a bleeding source being stationary in that time, possibly laying or in very, very close proximity with the injury to the ground.
All right, so
You're welcome, Lindsay. Thanks for finding us here. Glad you're here.
Period of time or been very close to the ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and then I want to show you States Exhibit 6600. I'm not going to go through each of these photos, but there are these three green triangles on this fence. Did you look at these?
I did.
And I'm just going to show you, for example, 66PP. What did you notice about these particular stains on the fence?
I identified the stains as swipe and transfer stains, which indicates a source of blood was contaminated, or an item was contaminated with wet blood and came into contact. And at some point, one or multiple of the contacts indicated relative movement. And then I also notated that some of the stains had sufficient blood volume, that flow patterns had begun to basically flow down the side of the fence that was facing Lithia Pinecrest Road.
All right, and you describe it as transfer, and I don't want to use the word touch to necessarily mean a hand, but something obviously came into contact, touched against the fence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on the way that the blood is on the fence, does it look like whatever touched the fence, the blood then, for lack of a better term, dripped down the fence?
Correct.
So it looks like something with a decent amount of blood came into contact with the fence, enough that it could then drip down the fence.
Yes.
We are going to do DB tomorrow, even if we
Now,
don't get
I want to talk with you
priors
about
today.
The injuries to the defendant's neck. Did you have a chance to look at those photos?
We'll go
did.
back and catch up for sure.
And for example, here in states 27A and then closer up, states 27B, and then looking at the other side, 27C, based on what you see in these wounds, would you expect these wounds to bleed when they were caused?
Yes.
Okay. And so if a person
Okay, this is outside of our area of
The
expertise.
notion that a person ran through the backyards of 6209 and 6207, crossed through the bushes, and then ran along Lithia Pinecrest, eventually coming to the area of H, and decided to then open their neck. Is there anything consistent about the blood pool at H that says that couldn't be the situation?
As you've presented it, I can't exclude that.
Well, I mean, would these wounds potentially bleed enough that they could cause the kind of rapid blood flow that you talked about at H that could then create that pool of blood at H and the resulting satellite spatter?
Yes, I can't exclude those because I did read the ER notes, yes.
All right. And so I understand you can't say with any certainty that that's exactly what happened, but the evidence does not contravene that. Is that correct?
Correct, I can't exclude it.
Please just wrap up. Pass the witness. Please.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to need the cell phone numbers to the prosecution and defense so I can text them.
Let me have the attorney first.
I apologize. I talked over that. I didn't hear what it was. Oh, it's approach the bench. Okay. If he cries tomorrow, I think it will be in a very limited time. I don't think he'll be crying through the comments. He'll be crying probably if he has people talk for him, he'll cry during that, but I don't think he'll cry when the other people are talking about the victims. He's a narcissist. He doesn't feel sorry for them at all. Okay, so I don't know how late the judge is going to keep the jury. In Florida, it's East Coast, so they're after 5 p.m. The workday is generally over right now. The prosecution has really stretched things out. I mean, defense hasn't helped at all, but it's taken a long time to get this far.
Is there anyone, just by a show of hands, that can't go for about another 30 minutes tonight? You have some place you got to be, kids to pick up.
No hands, no hands, please.
All right, let the record reflect there are no hands.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we got half another hour.
We're going to turn to the cross-examination.
They're gonna stretch this out. There's nowhere they're gonna call a new witness tonight. I just can't see it happening.
May I approach the witness? Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Cox.
Hello.
Judge buys lunch every day.
Color, so I'm just going to make sure that I marked that correctly before I show that to the jury.
Yes.
Are there any spots I've marked? If I can just see the color. Oh, no, it's okay. I've marked in yellow Kay Baker's DNA. I've marked in orange Matthew Terry and Kay Baker's DNA where they come together. In blue, Matthew Terry's DNA, and then we'll get to the pink in just a moment. Are there any spots of Kay Baker's DNA and Matthew Terry's
Pink
DNA
is
or any
the murderer
chemical
is
intersex
pink.
that is not marked on this chart?
No.
Great.
We're starting to get little ideas of what the defense might be as they present this
So
information.
we've got here in the yellow Kay Baker's DNA, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we have a little diagram here that shows where she came to final rest just beside that spot where her DNA was found, right?
Correct.
We've got a spot that's marked as BB just a little bit more towards the backyard.
Orange
that
is Matthew
both
Terry.
Kay Baker and Matthew Terry's DNA together, right?
Correct.
You can't exclude that if Matthew Terry went over to help Kay Baker where she came to final rest and got her blood on his hands, and then he was attacked and ended up stumbling into that wall, hitting it with his hand that had gotten Kay's blood on it, that spot, BB, could have been caused by him simply touching that wall after he got her blood on his hands after he was attacked, correct?
The item that distributed that cast off would have had to been a mixture of both prior to deposition.
Sure. So if Matthew was already injured and he had touched Kay when she had blood on her, trying to help her when she was injured, that's a way that
Oh, he's
blood
the
could
hero.
get together. And then
We've had this wrong
BB
all along.
is correct?
Yeah, I can't exclude that.
Sure. And also where you is down the fence line, we can't exclude that if he further was stumbling from being so attacked, that the exact same thing could have happened down at you, correct?
Would have had to have been premixed prior to being deposited. Yes, ma'am.
Sure, but could have still happened in the same way as long as he had been trying to help her and got her blood on his hands,
What?
correct?
There's nothing
Correct.
that shows he was trying to help
And then
her.
we also have over here this J, which is Matthew Terry's blood, as well as A right here, that's Matthew Terry's blood. You can't exclude that after he was attacked, he was trying to chase the assailant, and that's how those spots got there, right?
No, I can't opine to intent.
Okay. And can't exclude, in fact, that that's exactly how those spots could have gotten there. That's a possibility, right?
I can't. I don't know intent. I can't exclude that. Correct.
Okay, great.
The ring on her hand
And
is
now
bugging
as
me.
we
The
get
fact
to the
that it's
pink in
like
just a moment.
twisted
The
90
pink
degrees
I've
of how it
marked
should
as
sit.
unknown. That is all the blood and all the areas that were not tested, correct?
Correct. There was the ones that do not have DNA results listed were not tested.
So we're talking about DD.
One at a time.
Correct.
She's going to for emphasis.
Objection, DD was tested.
Is that correct? Because I asked you if I had marked them all. Did I miss
Uh,
one?
You need to approach, or
I can, if that's helpful to her. Do you need to see it again?
I'd have to.
That's funny.
To refer to the DNA report that I received. I can't recall
Do you have that there?
the DNA report. I
Yes.
do have it with me.
Go ahead and take a look. You take your time.
She's like, let me get the white out.
And I'll bring you up the chart so you can mark any that have been missed.
Man. My chat was frozen. You guys were talking like crazy, but it was locked up. Now I'm catching up here. Sorry about that. Everyone's getting ready for dinner, which is making me hungry. Yeah, a third attacker. I think that's where we're going with that. And apparently he was a hero and tried to fight him off unsuccessfully. The bush hiding hero we didn't ask for. In his underwear, I might add. Where was his cape? That's what I want to know. Why no cape?
I'm referring directly to the FDLA report. I have submission 1. Right hand of Matthew Terry was
I'm
tested.
going to have you just take a look, and you just go ahead and look at the chart, and you let me know if there's any spots that need to be marked, and then we'll show the jury again.
I am not seeing in my reports that I have that DD.
So as far as you're aware, all the spots have been marked already.
That I'm familiar with, yes.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and
Abby,
do
we
that.
don't have any evidence to support this yet.
And again, so that means
Only this theory.
as far as the information that you have, every other spot that isn't already in yellow, blue, or orange is an unknown, correct?
As far as DNA testing goes, yes, ma'am.
Great. So we're talking about S. Is that correct?
That was not tested, correct.
Looks like there's a, I believe that's a Q, but my eyes are getting old. It could be an O, is right here.
Correct.
CC as well.
CC was tested, did not come back as the indicative presumptive of phenolphthalein, so it was not tested, but it was submitted.
Okay, how about AA?
It was not DNA tested.
Z, Y, X, W, and V.
No.
We all know these aren't tested, and so she's just going to color this whole thing of, look at all this blood. We have no
N, N, O?
idea whose it is.
Correct. No DNA testing.
K and L,
Correct.
H and I,
Correct.
Matthew.
G and F,
Oh, man.
E
Where's
and
the
D?
change.org
Correct.
petition to have this hero awarded a
B,
medal?
C.
Correct.
Now we've got that spot we talked about a moment ago. That's the other A. That's Matthew Terry. But then there's a B, C, D, and E. None of those were tested, right?
Correct.
F, not tested.
Not that I'm aware of.
And then I know you indicated there weren't markers, but that was because a dog was used. It's possible there was additional blood between F and G, none of which was tested, right?
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll put a question mark up here. And then over way on the other side, we've got more G, H, I, O, none of which was tested, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And then this is that wrought iron fence that you were talking about where there were some marks on the fence itself, right?
Yes.
And those weren't tested either, right?
Correct.
She's acting like the fact that those weren't tested means that nobody knows.
Everything pink is unknown. Right?
It was not DNA tested, correct.
And we can't exclude that some of that DNA was a third or fourth person, right?
We need some music,
There was no other mixtures
thematic
with the
music
things
for this
that were
this
tested.
story.
So I'm going by the information that I have been provided with the blood that was tested and was also confirmed to be from the 2 bleeding individuals that were confirmed as part of the incident.
Can't exclude that there was a third or fourth person, right?
Correct.
And in fact, if the DNA person, Ms. Troutman, testified that she's the one who put 2 people into STR mix and didn't bother to put in the possibility of 3, that wouldn't be something you'd have any information about, right?
Correct. I'm not familiar with her testing procedures.
Now, of course, there's no blood inside the home or garage that
Okay,
you've
so
been
we've-
given any information about, right?
That is incorrect.
What they're basically
There was blood
bringing out is
inside the
speculation.
master bedroom.
They don't
I'm
have
sorry,
any
that
evidence
was
that there
transferred
was
by a
someone else. They're
deputy.
just
You know
have.
that, right?
Yes,
They're
ma'am.
trying to find
Okay,
holes
so other
where
than that, which a deputy
theoretically
made a mistake
it's
and
possible to
accidentally got in
say
the
there's
house.
something else, but
There
there's no
was
evidence they're
blood
submitting.
inside the home or the garage, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't have any opinion about what occurred inside the home or the garage, correct?
I do not.
And other than the stains where Ms. Baker came to final rest and the obvious that something happened where she and Matthew Terry were injured, there's nothing about the blood stains that give any indication of the sequencing of events, right?
I feel it's the evidence, the blood evidence that I spoke about earlier from being identified at photo marker R, that's where the stain was deposited by her carotid artery, and then her final resting place is at area T.
Sure, but other than that's where she came to final rest, there's nothing about the blood stains that tell you anything about the sequence of what happened, right?
Like when injuries were inflicted.
What do you mean, Patricia?
specifically,
What do you mean?
timeframe? No.
Or
What are they
which
looking
ones were
for?
inflicted first, other than the final one?
It's probably still there. It's probably still there somewhere.
And you talked a lot about the
Maybe I should
blood
head down with my
on
metal
Ms.
detector.
Baker's genes. There's no DNA testing telling us whose blood that is, right?
There was no DNA, no.
So it could have been Ms. Baker's blood, it could have been the assailant's blood, we don't know, right?
It was not DNA tested.
And that includes her shirt as well?
Correct.
And the blood stains on Ms. Baker's lower legs could actually have been caused by her swinging her arms or hands if she had blood on them as she was trying to escape, right?
There are some stains that I did identify as cast off, but those weren't the ones that I discussed previously.
Sure, but those stains could have in fact been caused by Ms. Baker herself trying to get away, right?
Which ones?
Some of the ones on her jeans that you indicated were actually possible to have been caused by her swinging her hands trying to escape.
The stains that I identified as cast off were not addressed with Mr. Diaz, he and I, during his direct of mine.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear that the stains that he and I discussed were not cast off from the swinging of any weapon or any type of hands or bloody instrument. There were cast off stains, but they're a different area on her jeans. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay, so there were cast off blood stains that could have been caused by Ms. Baker herself just simply trying to get away.
I cannot exclude those for the cast off stains, correct?
Okay. And additionally, the blood stain on the front porch that was near Ms. Baker's head, that could have been caused when she was rolled over by the 911 caller, right?
Correct. It's consistent with her possible movement as well as her being rolled over, were both activities that could cause the cast off.
And in fact, you indicated that you heard the 911 call. Do you know that Mr. Figgins, the 911, him and his wife really both were the 911 callers, actually got Kay's blood on him trying to help her?
My understanding is that he did perform CPR, so I don't find that to be surprising.
Okay. And Matthew Terry could also have gotten Kay's blood on him trying to help her similarly, correct?
I can't exclude that.
Now, you indicated that U and B are mixtures of Kay and Matt's blood. So again, that mixture just simply means that at some point he had gotten Kay's blood on him prior to him injured also getting his blood where those spots were, as we talked about a few minutes ago, right?
Yes, both had actively bleeding injuries and was mixed prior to deposition. Correct.
And in regard to actively bleeding injuries, you also mentioned that at H there was a large concentration of blood, right?
Red H?
H is right here.
No.
Okay, where's the H you were referring to then?
The red H down by the telephone utility pole?
This one?
Correct.
Okay, so down here, this H, there's a large concentration
How many
of
H's
blood,
are
right?
there?
Correct, a large saturation pattern.
So an additional very serious injury may have occurred at H.
I cannot exclude that.
And there's nothing about the blood stains that tell you anything about where Matthew Terry was when he incurred the 2 wounds to his neck, right?
Correct.
So it's entirely possible that at that H he was attacked and was actually injured there, causing that larger blood stain. Correct?
That blood stain was caused by a rapidly bleeding injury. I don't know when that would have occurred.
And he certainly, because you've seen the photographs, had multiple injuries, including an injury.
Which side
that
was he
caused
found on?
blood
Was he
his
found by
face
that
and in
red
his
H
nose.
or
Did you see
up on
those
the other side?
photos?
I did note that he had blood in his nostrils. I didn't see an injury to his nostrils, but I did see blood in his nostrils.
And Matthew Terry's clothing in person was actually covered in blood. You can't exclude that that blood could have been his own, correct?
Correct. His shirt was saturated up by the collar line.
Now, you've been to the scene. I know you talked about that a little bit with Mr. Diaz. If you're in the backyard looking past the bushes and the overgrown foliage and trees, you can actually see the large roadway that it's called Lithia Pinecrest. You can see that roadway, right?
Correct.
So that foliage isn't so thick that you can't see the road. It doesn't completely obscure it. You can just simply see it through the trees and the brush there.
It's visible, yes, ma'am.
And someone could easily come from that roadway on foot through the foliage into the backyard, right?
This is the defense theory
I can't
right here.
testify as somebody else could easily.
Somebody
walked
stopped
that
on the
area
road, came
and
through the
I
foliage, attacked,
had no
and
intention
escaped
of going
into the
through. It was
night.
very thick.
Did you previously say that someone could have come from the roadway on foot through the foliage in the backyard?
Yes, I did say that, and somebody did who was bleeding.
Sure, and somebody actually did. You can see that somebody was able to go through there.
Yes, ma'am.
There's also a large walking trail right adjacent to those residences, right?
Objection outside the scope.
I can recall her if they prefer.
I'm going to overrule. I'll allow.
There's a large walking trail by the residences, correct?
Not, okay, are you talking about the sidewalks out front or the actual walking trail?
The walking, actually, that's a good point. There's sidewalks out front that go to a cul-de-sac, right?
Correct.
And then behind that, couple of residences away, there's a walking trail as well that go out towards the same cul-de-sac, but at and end up around a big lake, right?
The walking trail actually goes out and as down by the house that's at the end of the row, the walking trail actually veers to the right. It doesn't go down along that tree line and foliage line. There is no walking trail there. It's actually an embankment. And the only reason I know that is because I walked it.
And you can, in fact, as you did, walk it to get to that walking trail, right?
Very carefully, yes, you can.
Sure, and that walking trail then goes past that lake, and then there's a big open field as well, right?
The walking trail goes down. The lake is, so for example, if this is the sidewalk, like where I have the words not to scale, that would be the sidewalk. The cul-de-sac is going to be down towards the right bottom area of the scale, and then the lake, as I recall, is back there, like all over in the corner.
Why is she
And it's big
doing
enough that
topography
the
reports?
walking trail goes down Lithia Pinecrest, but it's not in proximity to those 607, 609, or 6211.
The walking trail is right about here, right about 6223, right?
I recall it as the cul-de-sac that it veers to the right down at the end of those houses.
Sure.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
kind of veers around into a circle to come back, right?
I didn't walk the walking trail, so I just walked the embankment.
And the
She's a geographer.
embankment,
She makes
as you
maps in her
indicated,
spare
goes
time.
Past, and then there's still
Cartographer,
the
I think that's what it
furthering
is.
and the additional roadway of Lithia Pinecrest. So we've got just a walking trail, a large roadway,
Please, somebody
a
pull up
lake,
Google
and
Maps.
open field,
Save
all
us
within
this
walking distance of
30-minute
where this
argument
occurred,
about
right?
where the trail is.
You can walk to those from the residences, yes, ma'am.
Now, you have no opinion on who could have caused any of these injuries, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you have no opinion in regard to whether it was some third or fourth assailant, correct?
I have no opinion on that.
Could I just have a moment?
Does that mean she's done? And it's now 5:30. I don't think the judge is going to call prior the next witness for prior acts. Nothing further. She's done. Okay. Members of the jury.
I suppose it's common sense, but I'll ask. Every place that Ms. Perry pointed out that it was unknown, that could be the
Forgot about
defendant's blood, correct?
redirect.
Cannot be excluded, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so
That's it, Your Honor.
Maybe we just be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
And by the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
Ladies and
he
gentlemen of the
think he's
jury,
winning?
we're going to call it a day. Thank you for allowing us to go a little bit late. You'd be due
Yeah, we
for
know
a
what
break
time it
now
is.
anyway, and then after a break it'd be late, so we're not going to go any later tonight.
okay, so
I
I'd
do
like
want
to
you tomorrow,
apologize.
though, to be prepared just in case. I'm not saying that we will, but just in case we're in a similar situation where we need to go a little bit later tomorrow night. So just be prepared for that. I will again instruct you not to do any research related to this case, not to talk about this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and to please avoid any reports of this case outside of the courtroom in any way, shape, or form, media, social media, or anything else.
guess he's directing the
With that
the
said,
jury
I am going to release you for the evening. It's,
to go home, have a good night.
5:30, so it's probably still
Apologize
light
for the
outside,
bait and
but it'll be
switch.
dark
We
soon.
thought for
So
sure
please be
that
careful.
today was
Have
going
a
to be
safe trip
the
home and
the
a safe
prior
trip back,
acts.
and I look forward to seeing you in the morning. All rise for the jury.
Oh man. Okay, Matthew Harris pointing out that he always confers with his client and/or co-counsel prior to passing the witnesses. A final check to ensure I didn't miss anything. Right, and it's either that or having everyone on standby, basically subject to recall, which I don't think the judge would like, or them, or the witnesses. So I guess you're right. I just don't like the way she does it. Maybe I just don't like her. I don't know. That could be what it is.
Everyone may be seated. Well, that was a little longer than a half hour, Mr. Diaz, from the
Yeah.
break.
I said at least a half an hour.
Oh, okay. Perhaps you did. What
Somebody just sent us a map,
tomorrow,
a Google map.
obviously, we'll start
Who's
off with a witness. Do you expect to rest?
I would hope to rest before lunch hour. Before lunch hour.
Okay.
Well, before the lunch hour, I would hope. But that's
All right. Well, obviously, we'll have some motions, and then we'll see where we're at
So we're going to catch
tomorrow.
tomorrow's morning stuff in the evening.
Never know. I suppose
or
there's
maybe
a possibility.
Wednesday
Be prepared
morning.
just in case. You know more than us, and I don't expect you to tell us. But I suppose there's a possibility we could do closings tomorrow. But just be prepared in case.
Yeah, he's like, if you don't have a
Is there
defense,
anything
we
from
might
either side?
we might be done real quick.
I agree,
I
absolutely.
don't have it available. I'll have to throw it on
Print-
a disc
can you
and then
bring one?
Yeah, I'll just like it.
You,
Print it out.
a disc
Okay.
or a printout? What do you think?
Oh, I can print it out. That's fine. I'll print it out.
I think a printout's probably better.
Yes, Your Honor.
Terry
So,
needs to build a fort.
Will it be okay that it's in black and white?
Is that,
Okay, well, I mean, I'm gonna have to, I may not have it first thing in the morning because my AV department's probably
Okay.
closed. and that's
so,
all.
all right, just at some point, don't let us forget that we do want to put a court exhibit in that represents the PowerPoint that was used. What are
Let's see here.
Yes.
Oops.
So I don't know. I think we've already had one court exhibit.
This is
so I don't know
Terry's
what number we're
fort
at. Is
kit.
it number
Hopefully,
2?
he can order one right away for tomorrow.
Okay,
Get that
so this will
built.
be 2, and then Mr. Diaz's PowerPoint will be 3. Mr. Diaz, Mr. Kane is giving the clerk the bench notes that he used during his cross-examination, and we're making that court exhibit 2.
I have no objection to being court exhibit.
Okay, court exhibit 2 will be the bench notes used during cross-examination. Court exhibit 3 will be the PowerPoint presentation used with this last witness.
Okay, so
Anything else?
they're just doing the paperwork to record all the information that was shared.
Have a very nice evening. I will see everyone here bright and early, 9 a.m., ready to go.
We're going to be up in Washika.
Thank you all.
We will not be here. So there it is. I do apologize. That was bait and switch. I feel cheated. Really, I really feel cheated that that we didn't get what they promised us. But that's the way it goes. Let's go here this way. There we go. let's just make sure we followed up on all the statements here. Send with a Terry, $199 plus shipping and handling. Don't forget the shipping and handling, Jay Hughes. We're not made of money. We can't cover that ourselves. Pickle's not included. Bring your own pickle. BYOP, is that what it is? He needs to build a fort. That may be his best defense. Does the fort come with a 3-week trial? No, but there are 3 payments. I'm not sure if it was mentioned on there. Those are monthly payments. There are 3 of them. Banker's boxes are just about that expensive too. Us paralegals go through a lot of them. Pickles are $100 each. Man, they're on sale today. National Pickle Day today. National Pickle Day. If you have not had a pickle, I encourage you to try one, and maybe even try a new flavor of pickle. If you haven't, there's a lot to the world of pickles that I think is being overlooked by the general populace. We don't feel you cheated us, says AG. We all go through the X. We all through, though the X would go today. Oops, let me shut this off here. Audio 2 off. Okay. Wait, let's turn it back on. We might get some unintended audio here. This is audio still from the courtroom.
I didn't read it. Okay. It was more just for the effect. Okay.
Nope. It's something else. Okay, we're done. All right. Okay. Recovery addict. You guys don't feel cheated. Trials are so unpredictable, aren't they? They are. We thought for sure that was what was going to happen. So tomorrow we get DB. What time does that start in the morning? Is she doing 8:30 or 9? Could one of my calendaring experts let me know tomorrow what time that starts? 9 a.m. is 8 a.m. Brooks time. So, is Golden Mom, is that what we're looking for? Is an 8 a.m. start time for Judge Darrow? Because we want to be there for the appearances for sure. First of all, I think we're still going to get some objections during that. We may get a subject matter jurisdiction bingo call out during that. It'll be exciting. Okay, so 8:30 Eastern time. Just trying to figure out. I want to be on. We want to be live. We want to be up and ready for anything that happens. If she comes on early and has some things to work out before this happens, we want to be here for it. We've been, through the thick and thin with DB and Judge Darrow and the whole crew there, and so we don't want to miss any of that here at the end. DB can respond to the families. No. He should not be able to, but he would, as his own defense, he would be able to make objections, similar to how his legal representation would be able to make objections. Okay, 9:30. Golden Mom, thank you very much. 8:30 Central Time. Appreciate all the answers coming flooding in. Yeah, Katrina, it's a little early. Get some sleep tonight, but yeah, okay. So we're going to start then. If it's 9:30, we're going to start our live stream as normal at 9 a.m. But we'll keep our eye just locked on the courtroom feed from Washika, and keep an eye on that. I'm going to go ahead and unpin this message because we're done with that witness. Okay. Let's see. Should face the victim. Should not go to another courtroom. Joe, it's all on the table. Really, we don't know where this is going to go. We don't know which DB is going to show up. Lawful Law will be there for sure. We may hear every single one of his complaints. He might go through the whole thing. We might hear about the Admiralty Court. We might hear a lot about his documents not being submitted into evidence. All that. 2 Cents says, Recovery Addict, I'll have hot chocolate pickles, my great wit, ready at 9 a.m. Awesome. Share all liberally. That'll be wonderful. 6:30 a.m. tomorrow in Seattle. I'll be on an airplane. Oh, no. Pay for the Wi-Fi. It's worth it. Yeah, that's pretty early. I do apologize. If I was scheduling, I'd make it perfect time for all of you. Let's see. I got some pictures today that we'll probably share on Saturday. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups now. we'll probably share on Saturday. I can't wait for tags. I can't wait for Doro to go off on him. She will. I think we'll finally get to see that. I've got some pictures we'll share on Saturday. I know we've got some pet pictures. We've got some people sent me map pictures. I've got just a whole bunch of shout outs from a bunch of different people. Saturday is going to be that day. We're gonna share all that. We might have to do a little longer stream on Saturday, but let's see. Cough Hiccup will be here and there. Tina says we can get first 1.5 hours of this case while we're waiting on sentencing. That's maybe so what time does it did the judge say we'd be here in Florida? Are they starting early? If we could get some of the prior live, I'd like to get it live if we could, but I don't want to step on DB at all, because he'll just object nonstop. Really, that's what will happen. I want to hear about him being trolled by guards over his electroshocks. AJ's billing the channel for the Wi-Fi bill on the airplane. I'll check the budget, see if we've got any money in there. Nope, we don't. Subject matter jurisdiction will be brought up. I'll be at work. We'll look up later. Kenny, we'll be glad to have you whenever you're able to join. Feel free to drop messages in chat as you watch it. The live chat should still be available even after the fact, so you can sort of participate, almost as if you were there. We just won't be able to respond in real time. It's time for the dogs to go out on a walk, Ann. Thank you. Enjoy the walk. Ginger, you're amazing that you're able to work and watch at the same time. I get nothing done when I'm watching this. This is all I do. 1 p.m. my time. Abby's going to get a good night's rest, sleep in, and then get her day started with us tomorrow. Abby, that'll be awesome to have you there as well. DB's time is running out. There's a little bit of sand left in the bottom of his hourglass, and then it's off to the big house. Sorry, it was a quick check, Abby. But the cupboards were bare when it comes to the budget. AJ says, had a blast with you all today, even though it was just expert testimony. You guys are great. Right, you guys made what could have been a very dull day very exciting, and thank you so much for everybody. We had a good number of people in here for a long time. It's been awesome. DB only has a few days left for his filing of appeal, right? November 20th. Does he have to file the appeal before? I don't think he has to file an appeal before sentencing, but I think he's got some time. We'll have to check with Matthew maybe on that one. I don't know what the deadline is for his appeals, and I think there might be different deadlines for different sort of appeals. Who has the internet? AJ asked them. Who was it? Was it Aaron? A-R-I-N. Aaron has the internet. So keep an eye on him. Red Gorilla, thanks for being here. Appreciate everything you added and brought to the conversation. I believe it's 30 days upon conviction. Okay, so he's got a little bit of time. Sounds good. Yep, Eric, you have the overnight duty on the internet. This is the hardest time because, quite frankly, everyone just uses and abuses the internet at night. So you'll have to keep on your toes. Get sleep if you can, because we want you back here in the morning as well. And maybe you'll win the internet tomorrow as well. Cakes Boo speaks well. Thanks to Recovery Addict Mods and chat. You guys are all the greatest. I really appreciate you. Matthew Harris says, in Texas, the timeline to file an appeal begins running upon the entry of the final appealable order. Okay. So it might differ from state to state. Bella, good night. Good vibes. I'll miss tomorrow. Back at work for me. Catch you on replay. Enjoy. You can be part of the replay crew, Bella. Appreciate you. Setting up the infrastructure. Hey, you're going to get it done. I have faith in you, Eric. You can do this. See you tomorrow, everybody. You guys are wonderful. Give a hug to everybody you love. Smile at somebody. Pay it forward. Make the world a better place. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, Debbie. 9 a.m. Eastern time. We'll We'll see you tomorrow, guys.